car stops at a stop sign like it's supposed to. Continues to proceed for about half a mile. About a minute, 45 seconds later, the car finally pulls over. Officer Brodzinski stops his car and announces, "We have a stop," over dispatch on radio. At that point, with the naked eye, as Officer Brodzinski is watching the car in front of him, you will hear testimony that Officer Brodzinski sees what he characterizes in the moment as a puff of smoke come out the passenger area of that vehicle. You will see and hear a body-worn cam video clip where Officer Brodzinski announces, "I got a puff of smoke coming out of the passenger side." You will see a video that we will zoom in where you can see a quick but a distinct plume come out of that car. Lieutenant Tina Messenger, she works for Mentor on the Lake Police Department as a lieutenant. She was on duty that night as well in the area in a cruiser. She heard that over dispatch. Officer Brodzinski said, "Got a puff of smoke coming out of the passenger side." So she responded to the area of the stop as well to assist. Officer Brodzinski goes up to the car. There's one person in that car, the defendant here, Levon Stanley. He's in the driver's seat. It's his car. It's a minivan. We're going to hear testimony and see video of Officer Brodzinski's initial interaction with the defendant. The defendant says, "Oh, sorry, I got a light out." Through the course of that conversation, he says, the defendant, he's there to visit a coworker. He's got a marijuana cigar right here in the car. You're going to see a picture of it. Officer Brodzinski says, why are you slow to stop? He says, "I was smoking this marijuana." So, through the course of that, as the defendant sat there and was sweating and talking to the officer, there was particulate matter in the air, powder. Officer Brodzinski says, "What's this powder over everything?" And says, "It's smoke." It was smoke. Officer Brodzinski continues through the process of the stop, runs the defendant's license, valid license, it's his car. The officers are going to search this car because of the presence of the drugs. Ask the defendant to step out, he gets searched, no drugs or weapons on him. The officers observe, as they're preparing to continue this investigation, that there is a fine powder over a lot of portions of the front of this car. So the officers investigate. They gather evidence. And you are going to hear the testimony of Officer Brodzinski and Lieutenant Messenger that the way that the police were able to gather samples of that powder is by using swabs. They used swabs, collected those. They didn't know what they had on their hands. Suspected it was drugs. Lieutenant Messenger asked the defendant about it, confronts the defendant. The idea that there's drugs all over his car, the defendant denies it, says, "I got no drugs." The police gathered samples, not knowing what it was. They let him go that day. The police said, "Well, sir, we're going to send this for sampling, and until then, you may go." The defendant drove away. Those swabs were analyzed by the Lake County Crime Laboratory. Forensic analyst, you will hear the testimony of Mr. Tyler Meter. He will testify that he tested that powder sample that was on those swabs and found it to be fentanyl, Schedule II controlled substance. So, the evidence will show that this defendant possessed those drugs in that car, that it's fentanyl, Schedule II controlled substance, and then as he's getting pulled over and an investigation is starting, he discarded it to get rid of it, to make it unavailable as evidence. I would ask you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention as the trial proceeds, the testimony, the video, and the reports, the photographs. All of the evidence collectively prove every element of the defense that, or the charges that the defendant is charged with here. And at the end, I'll ask you to return a verdict Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. D for the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. DePiero.
Sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the traffic stop was for not turning down his high beams. From the officer, you can see it plain as day as he's driving through, and you have the dash cam video, and you'll see that. The officer turns around, performs a traffic stop. Hey, ID, Mr. Stanley, find out he's from Parma, where is he going, to a co-worker's house, and they're concerned about him being nervous and sweaty. But it's a traffic stop, and he tells him, I just got done with basketball practice in town. So he just up front speaks with the officers. The officer does say, I see a cloud of smoke. I see a large cloud of smoke, he says. You'll see the video from his dash cam, and you'll see that it's barely visible. When you watch it with the naked eye, hardly anything. But he comes up to the car, asks him how much he had to smoke. He tells him a couple blunts today. But he acknowledges openly that he is smoking marijuana. And you see the blunt that's sitting squarely in the center console. He's not hiding it. He's straightforward with the officer. Based on that, the officers and his backup, Lieutenant Messenger, they confer for a little bit, and then they decide that they're going to search and get him out of the vehicle. Get him out of the vehicle. They search him thoroughly. They search his vehicle thoroughly. And they place him in the back seat of a cruiser. The entire time, Lieutenant Messenger is saying, I'm going to let you go home. We have probable cause based on smell, so we're going to search. So she tells him, you're going to be able to go home. And eventually, he does go home. They release him that night in his vehicle. But during this traffic stop, they decide to get him out, and they look through the car, and they're concerned because he has phones on him, 3 phones, which they were able to search, and they have no evidence of any dealing, purchases, trafficking, whatnot. And he doesn't give them a hard time or anything. In fact, he just says he doesn't have any drugs that they've reported on the video, and I believe you'll see that. Then they go through and they see this powder on the front of his car, on the top of his car. And you'll see the back window of the vehicle extremely dirty also, but there's no mention of any of that or any testing of any of that. And they do swab it. And they were thinking they were looking for a different substance. But it ended up being, coming back from the crime lab, was fentanyl. He's being charged with possession and tampering. And they're saying that the tampering must have been that he threw something out of the car, did something to it while he was driving. A puff of smoke comes up after the car's already stopped. It stopped for several seconds. And it's on the front, sides, and the dust is fairly thick. You see what you're going to see as far as the puff of smoke. It's a very, very faint puff. And then you're going to see what they swabbed and what they think happened. And they say it's all over my client, all over the car. We'll point out certain things throughout the trial, and there's going to be some evidence you see. But that's essentially what you're going to see, that the car had the substance on it. No one's going to be able to tell you exactly when it got there, unless they're correct in saying that he dumped it there at that moment. But the evidence is going to show you that the puff of smoke, him with his phones, he had $1,500 on him, and they did confiscate that also. But after all was said and done, after they collected their swabs, after they had talked to him, he had a valid license, everything else was good, they let him go on his way. The car that they had just determined or believed was covered with drugs. And that's all they found. No packaging, nothing else, just the dust. And that's what they're going to try and sell you today as possession and tampering. And what we're going to ask you is to listen to all the evidence intently, pay attention. I know it might be boring and monotonous sometimes, but if you can give us the time, you're going to be able to see all these facts. And we'd like to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, statement calls first witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Kevin Brodzinski.
Stan, is that microphone working?
It's out, sir.
Which one is that on my thing? Which one is that on here?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's prosecutor 2.
HH2?
Yes, sir.
Right. I thought it was 1. Oh, I'm
Sorry, sir.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Have a seat.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Shapiro, whenever you're set.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Sir, good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
Please introduce yourself to the jury by saying your name and spelling your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Brodzinski. First name is Kevin. Last name is Brodzinski, Brodzinski.
Okay, Mr. Brodzinski, what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the city of Mentor-on-the-Lake.
Okay, and are you certified as a peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you, what is your educational background?
I have a undergraduate degree from Kent State University and a master's degree from Georgia Southern University.
Okay. In what fields?
My undergraduate degree is in communications, radio and television production, and my graduate degree is in sports business management.
Okay. And then after you received and earned those degrees, what course did you like to take, sir?
When I attended Kent State, I was also a member of the Army ROTC detachment. Graduated, was commissioned as a distinguished military graduate from Kent, went immediately into the active duty Army. Served on active duty for several years, got out, went back to school part-time, remained active in the Georgia National Guard, and then eventually moved back here to Ohio. So it's a total of 8.5 years, honorably discharged.
Okay. Thank you very much. So what did you do after being honorably discharged?
Several things. I immediately got a job working in minor league baseball, which is what I went back to graduate school for. So I spent 10 years, started out as an unpaid intern, worked my way up to become the general manager of the Lake County Captains, became the vice president of the Akron Arrows. Takes a lot of time in the summer, and unfortunately I had a very young family and was looking for a different career path.
Okay, so how do you go from minor league baseball to police officer?
Absolutely. So for me, I miss the camaraderie of being in the military. There's just a bond that you have with the people that you work with.
So after you worked in minor league baseball, did you have any sort of an employment situation in the law enforcement field?
I did. So I took an initial job, left minor league baseball, went into dispatching full-time for police departments. So worked with the sheriff's office part-time for 7 months.
Is that the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
It is.
Okay.
Then got hired by the East Lake Police Department full-time.
What years was this?
This was 2013 through 2018. 2018, I got a chance to go work full-time for Willoughby Police Department. A little bit busier department, a little more action.
Dispatching?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Stayed there for 4 years. It was almost 5 years, just under 5.
Okay. At that time, had you gone to the police academy? Were you a certified peace officer?
I was not. I was a auxiliary police officer with the city of East Lake for 10 years. It's a part-time volunteer position. Generally, we provide additional security for sporting events related to North High School or to city events.
So when did you go to the police academy and become a certified peace officer?
So in March of 22, I still felt a calling to go and take this one step further, become a police officer full-time. 49 years old, major career change, and attended Lakeland Community College, chosen as a cadet of the cycle by my peers, and graduated. Officially received my certificate from OPATA on August 9th of 22.
Okay. Certificate from OPATA, meaning you're certified.
Correct. Certified as a peace officer in the state of Ohio.
So now that you, at that point, were certified, did you work for a law enforcement agency as a police officer?
I did. I was hired by the Mentor-on-the-Lake Police Department part-time. Also was hired by the East Lake Police Department part-time. After several months, a posting for the Mentor-on-the-Lake Police Department full-time opened up, and I applied for and started working there full-time.
When?
March 7th of 2023.
So as of March 7, 2023, you were a full-time police officer in the Mentor-on-the-Lake Police Department, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In what capacity?
I was a patrolman, or am a patrolman still.
You still hold that rank, correct,
I do,
sir?
correct.
Okay. Now, as a patrol officer, what are your duties?
So generally, duties include providing safety and security for the residents of the city, enforce laws. Realistically, we do a lot of investigations. We do traffic stops. Again, working to just kind of maintain the overall stability of the city and provide for the safety and security of all of our residents.
Okay, so when you're on duty and someone calls the police, you might be the officer who responds to help.
Yes, sir.
All right. And if somebody is driving their car in a way they're not supposed to, you might be the officer who pulls them over.
Yes, sir.
When you're on duty as a patrol officer with the Mentor Lake Police Department, what do you do as you start your day? As you
Right.
start your shift?
So the first thing I usually do is walk into the building. I check in with our dispatch center just to see if the current officers that are on shift.
Let me stop you for a minute. What is a dispatch center?
Sure. In our department, it's just one person that sits behind a desk and a computer. They're answering our phones. They're the ones that are receiving the 911 calls and the other administrative calls, and then they send officers, tell us where we need to go to address whatever issue is happening.
Okay, so the communications center.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I interrupted you, sir. You said you check with dispatch. Go ahead.
Just trying to see if the current officers are on a active call where they may require immediate assistance. If there's nothing going on, I'll just take my time getting ready. I'm going to go to my locker, pull out my duty bag with all my gear, all my paperwork, all of my ticket books, all my first aid gear, my raincoat, prepping all that equipment. Once I'm dressed, I'll then take all that equipment into my vehicle.
When you say once you're dressed, what do you mean? Dressed in what?
So I'm putting on my uniform, my safety vest, bulletproof vest.
Badge?
Yes, sir.
All right, when you say uniform, like what you're wearing today with Mentor Lake Police Department patches on both arms,
Yes, sir.
badge, your name across the front.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that what you were wearing on May 23rd, 2023?
Yes, sir.
When you were on duty?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I interrupted you. You said you get your equipment, and then there comes a point in time when you go to a police car to use.
Correct.
Is that right?
Right. So we have assigned vehicles. If my assigned vehicle is out due to maintenance or something, there'll be a note letting me know what other vehicle to take. This particular night, like I do every night, I go out to my vehicle, put my equipment in it. I do a walk around the vehicle looking for dents or any damage that might have happened. Then I get in the car, start up the car, powering up the computer, checking the overhead lights, checking the interior lights. I do a interior inspection with a flashlight just to make sure that there's nothing in the car that was left over from the previous shift, particularly in the back seat, where somebody may have been transported.
Okay. Regarding the difference between the front and the back seat, how is the interior of the police cruiser that you were driving on May 23rd, 2023 situated?
So there's a partition between the front seat and back seat. It's plexiglass from about the headrest up to the top of the headliner. Again, you can't reach through or anything there. There is a sliding door in that plexiglass. Again, as a matter of policy, we always keep that closed and locked. And then the bottom half is a steel partition that goes directly down to the floor. Cannot access the underside or any components of that front seat through that barrier.
Okay, and that goes all the way down to the floor?
Yes, sir.
From driver's side to passenger side across?
Correct.
Right. So you said that prior to leaving the police department, when you start your shift, you inspect the car. You said something about the back seat.
Yes, sir. So again, there may have been another officer that used this vehicle prior to my usage. So I just want to make sure he didn't leave anything in there.
Okay. Why?
There are occasions where an officer will just leave gear back there, but more importantly, I want to make sure that there's nothing that was forgotten, left over from somebody we may have arrested, a possible suspect, and then that particular evidence then, can get introduced into my scenario if I end up arresting somebody.
These cruisers, are they equipped with lights and sirens?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are the lights that police officers use to indicate stop
Yes.
your car. Okay, and then what about cameras?
So we have body-worn cameras that we wear on our uniform. In addition to that, in the vehicle, there is a front-facing dash camera, and there's also a rearward-facing camera inside the vehicle so that we can monitor somebody in the rear seat.
Okay. No, so these are separate camera systems, your body worn camera and the cruiser cam system that you talked about?
Yes, sir.
How do you know they're working?
So when I log in, setting up my computer for the day, there's a login
You're
process.
talking about inside the cruiser?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so when I sit in my cruiser and I'm logging into that computer, which is, we call an MDT, a mobile data terminal, there's another little screen for the cameras. And I log into those cameras, put my password in, do a sync check, and basically that syncs my body camera to the overhead lights.
Okay, and you're able to tell that it's functioning properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I asked you a question about what road patrol officers do when you're on duty. You answered that. Let me switch my questions to after you have finished your shift and now you're going to be leaving for the day. What do you do at this point if you're out in the field in your car?
Sure, at the end of the night, we always go and fuel up the cruisers at the end of our shift.
Where?
Right at the police department, we have a small fuel tank that's located there. Kind of an old style gas pump that we use. Fill it up, advise dispatch what our ending mileage was, how many gallons we put in the car, and then from there again, I'm gathering all of my items, taking them into the locker room, coming back, doing another inspection of the front rear seat, just to make sure I didn't leave any of my gear or a pocket knife maybe or something like that on the seat. And then I will park the vehicle back on the line so that it's ready for the next shift.
Do you inspect the vehicle for any substances that are inside of the vehicle?
It's common practice for me just to, and again, we're instructed to always check, particularly that back seat, if we've had someone that we've arrested, just to make sure that no contraband was left behind.
Or if they threw up or something like that?
Unfortunately, that happens too.
Okay. And so if that happens, what do you do as the police officer? What do you have to do?
So then I get the pleasure of going back into the department, grabbing all the cleaning supplies that we have, and I'll pull it out, and responsible for cleaning my own car, including the windows.
All right. Is that the same for every police officer who uses a cruiser at the end of the shift?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have to clean it?
Yes, sir.
What do you clean it with?
Lately, we've been using a mixture of OxyClean. We had used Lysol on that in the past.
Paper towels?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you about May 23rd, 2023. Okay, sir, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to that day.
Okay,
You were on duty on that day, weren't you, sir?
I was.
What time did you go on duty?
My shift was from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., so it was an 8-hour shift.
Okay, and all the questions that I asked you about what you typically do when you start a shift, did you perform those actions on May 23rd when you started at 10 o'clock at night?
Yes,
All right, and you headed out to the road after you did those things, isn't that right?
correct. I had no reports that I needed to follow up on. The previous shift said they had not had a busy day. Immediately went out on the road.
All right, and so somewhere around 11:30 at night, okay, I'm going to ask you to think about that. All right, was there some driving or a condition that drew your attention at about 11:30 at night?
There was. I was heading westbound on Salida, reached the intersection with Thunderbird and Reynolds, and then I was driving south on Reynolds Road, which is also 306 for those, I guess, that aren't as familiar with the
Well, let me
area.
stop you for a minute, because I'm going to ask you another series of questions that I think is going to make it a little bit more clear. These are the Google Maps, yeah.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for continuing permission to approach this witness.
That's granted.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Officer Brodzinski, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1A, 1B, and 1C. Okay?
Okay.
I want you to please take a look at those. Let me know when you've had a chance to do that.
Okay.
You recognize 1A, 1B, and 1C?
Yes, sir.
What are these?
Sort of maps of the city of Mentor-on-the-Lake.
Okay, these are Google Maps, correct?
Correct.
All right, I showed you these in anticipation of property.
Yes, sir.
As a Mentor-on-the-Lake police officer, are you familiar with the geographical area of Mentor-on-the-Lake, Lake County?
Yes, sir.
All right, and do States Exhibits 1A, 1B, and 1C fairly and accurately depict the geography and the topography of that which they purport to?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this is what it looks like
Correct.
in real life.
Yes.
Okay? It's an aerial view, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay, we're going to move to admit 1A, 1B, 1C.
Any objection?
No objection.
1A, B, and C will be admitted.
And Your Honor, I'd ask to put it on screen. Oh, I was talking too fast.
Oh, yeah.
You're backwards to it.
Oh. Your Honor, the state has moved to admit 1A, 1B, and 1C. Without objection, that was granted, correct, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to display 1A, 1B, and 1C on the screen.
Well, tell me when it's set.
What's that, Judge?
It's ready to go?
Yes. Well, I'm just going to need to open my folder and,
Well, tell me when the first one's up there.
okay. One A is depicted on my computer screen, Your Honor. Okay, and Stan, do we have that pointer?
Yes, sir.
Now, Officer Brzezinski, I'm going to be showing you a number of photos. I'm going to be showing you a number of photos throughout my questioning of you today. When I do, and like State's Exhibit 1A here, okay, you've identified that piece of paper. I want you to make sure that what we're looking at the screen is the same thing as 1A. Is it?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, Mr. Shadowin has provided you with a pointer. And Stan, would you see the green button, right?
Just hold the green line
See
down.
it? Okay. You see that green? You see that green line there?
Okay.
Press that, and you should have a pointer. Point it up at the screen. Okay? Now,
And I'm going to ask you, why don't you pull that screen out a little bit so it's in front of you, so then you don't have to be turned around. Stand right to this.
Go.
And you can still be sitting forward. Doesn't go out that way?
They come out about that far. That's good.
Good.
thanks, Judge. Officer Brzezinski, we're looking at State's Exhibit 1A, aren't we, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You began to testify about being on patrol in a certain area of Mentor on Lake County, Ohio, and I stopped you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to put this up. Where were you around 11:30 at night? Is it depicted in 1A?
It is, sir.
Where?
So I was approximately right in this area.
Okay, and will you please identify where Reynolds Road is on State's Exhibit 1A?
Sure. So this is Reynolds Road.
Okay, and you previously testified, you mentioned Salida Road. Where is Salida Road?
Slide is the road to the immediate east.
Okay, and you mentioned Thunderbird. Where's Thunderbird?
Thunderbird is this little, there's an intersection right here, and that's Thunderbird Road.
Okay, so where were you at 11:30 at night before you saw this car that drew your attention?
I was right at Primrose, and I was heading south on Reynolds.
Okay, and what,
Reynolds,
and in what direction was the vehicle traveling that drew your attention?
that vehicle was driving northbound.
Okay, what drew your attention about it?
Both bright lights were on that vehicle, so it was blinding me as it went past me.
Okay, is there a law against that?
There is.
You're supposed to turn them off, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did the car turn the brights off as it would continue to approach your position?
It did not.
So what did you decide to do at that point?
At that point, I decided I was going to initiate a traffic stop and just advise the driver, see if they were aware that they had their bright lights on.
Okay, so did you turn your car around, your cruiser?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts?
So I would have been just south of Dahlia, probably right about here, probably about 2 houses down, pulled into the driveway, turned around my vehicle, and then immediately began driving northbound on Reynolds to, again, initiate the traffic stop.
Okay, the car that had the bright lights on, could you still see it?
Yes, sir. It was the only car on the road.
Okay, and where was it?
It was in front of me. It was approaching that intersection with Thunderbird and Salida and Reynolds.
All right, did you activate your lights to initiate a traffic stop?
Yes, sir. As soon as I turned my vehicle around here, I had activated my lights immediately.
Okay, so you drove up, you mentioned the intersection of Thunderbird. Had the car pulled over?
No, sir.
Okay, and as you approached Thunderbird, what did the car do?
The car stopped at the four-way stop right here at that intersection, at the stop sign.
Mm-hmm.
And then the car proceeded through that intersection and continued on Salida.
Okay, I'm just going to move to State's Exhibit 1B on screen here. That's 1B, isn't it, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this a close-up of that intersection of Thunderbird and moving on to Salida?
Yes, sir.
All right. So as the vehicle continued to proceed through the Thunderbird intersection, as you testified, what happened?
The vehicle continued, went around the turn, and then came to a slow stop in this area, which is the 7300 block of Salida. He paused for about 2 seconds and then continued eastbound on Salida, crossed the double yellow line 2 different times, and then ultimately came to a stop approximately here in the 7400 block.
Okay, moving to 1C. Is that depicted here in State's Exhibit 1C?
Yes, sir.
Where the car ultimately stopped and stayed stopped? Where was that?
Correct, sir. That would have been approximately this area.
Now, the cruiser that you were using that evening, did it have an operational cruiser cam system?
Yes, sir.
Both front view and rear camera that you testified about?
Correct.
Were operational? Did you have an operational body-worn camera system on that night at that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did both the dash cam video and the body-worn cam system record footage of some of the events of that evening?
Yes, sir.
The forward view of the cruiser cam.
Okay.
Is there an audio component to that for video recording?
Not on the front dash cam.
Okay. The rear camera in your cruiser records whatever's going on in the back seat of your cruiser, correct?
Video and audio.
Okay. But in terms of out in front of your car, there's no audio, right?
Correct.
Forgive me, Your Honor. I've just shown State's Exhibit 2 to Defense Counsel. Going to approach. Officer Brodzinski, I'm handing you a DVD that is marked as State's Exhibit 2. You see that?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a DVD that has my front dash cam video from this traffic stop on it.
Okay. It also contains another clip, doesn't it, of a search that I'm going to ask you questions about later, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the anticipation of trial, have you taken a look at those video clips that are contained on State's Exhibit 2?
I did.
All right. And do they fairly and accurately depict that which they purport to?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, move to admit State's Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
2 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would place State's Exhibit 2 from the laptop rather than the DVD. Discuss this with Mr. D. The DVD skips when you're moving forward. My understanding is there is no objection to that.
No objection, Your Honor.
Is this the one we talked about earlier or not?
It's a clip. So,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be viewing video clips throughout the trial. Some of these clips may be redacted. It'll be apparent. You'll just see a brief skip or something like that. The fact that, and it's just because we're presenting the evidence you're permitted to hear and what's relevant, the fact that it's presented in this manner should not be considered by you for any purpose. You shouldn't consider the fact that it's redacted for any reason whatsoever. So,
thank you, Your Honor.
you ready to play that now?
I'm going to get it on screen, yes.
All right, let me know when it's up there.
Okay. Your Honor, for purposes of the record, I am using the VLC media player as the software to play these videos.
Okay, thank you.
And it's just taking a second or two to load up, Your Honor. As we're going through, let me just get it admitted. I need you to check them off. That list. Your Honor, the first video clip from State's Exhibit 2 is on my computer screen ready to play.
Okay.
Officer Brodzinski, do you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this the video clip that I asked you about earlier of the stop?
Correct. This is my dash cam video of my police unit.
Okay. I'm going to play this clip, Your Honor, for purposes of the record, starting it at 00, and it is 2 minutes and 50 seconds, 2 minutes 56 seconds long VLC media player time. I'm pressing play. These lights that are depicted, what are those? Is that the
That's the oncoming vehicle with the bright lights activated.
The vehicle that is depicted in the center of the screen here at 54 seconds, what vehicle is that?
That's the suspect vehicle, the Kia van.
Is this the Thunderbird intersection?
Yes, sir.
Now, at 2 minutes and 9 seconds, VLC media player time, the vehicle comes to a stop. Does the vehicle remain in this position or keep moving?
It comes to a complete stop here.
Okay. So where you testified earlier on State's Exhibit 1C, where the vehicle finally stopped and stayed stopped, that's what we're looking at here?
Yes, sir.
Done for now?
Your Honor, I pressed stop at 2. It is actually displayed on the screen right now.
I mean, you're done with the video at this point?
Well, we're going to keep using it, John.
Okay, all right.
We're going to look at some more stuff here. Now, Officer Brodzinski, at this point, the car has stopped. What action do you take?
I'm advising dispatch over the radio that we have finally come to a complete stop.
Okay. And as you're doing that, in which direction are you looking?
I am looking east, directly at the back of the vehicle. More importantly, trying to look just to see if I can see any movement inside or anyone or any persons inside through that rear window.
Did you see anything like that?
I didn't.
Okay. And did you see something that was noteworthy?
I did, sir. Out of the passenger side window, I observed what I described as a small poof of smoke that then traveled out that window, across the roof, and over toward the driver's side window. And I advised dispatch over the radio what I was observing.
Okay. And you saw that in real life with your naked eye?
Absolutely.
what is the approximate distance between where you were seated and the front of that minivan?
I would guess that's approximately 25 feet.
Are there any other lights in the area except for the lights up from your cruiser?
There are not. That's a dimly lit street.
All right. In anticipation of trial, did you review the video depicted on State's Exhibit 2 here, this clip?
Yes.
In reviewing it, were you able to see this puff of smoke depicted on the video clip?
No.
As we move forward to 2 minutes and 16, 17, 18 seconds, is it depicted in the clip? Perhaps we can zoom it in.
Yeah, it's approximately 2:17 is where
Okay, so
you
let
could
me
observe
move
that.
to 2:17. Okay, and can you use your pointer and please indicate where, as you were observing this scene in real life, that you saw this puff of smoke that you described it?
Correct. Smoke came out this window, front passenger side window, went across the roof line, and then ultimately dissipated just outside the driver's side window.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and press play on this. Okay. Now, having used VLC media player before, is there a way to zoom in on that portion of the van that you identified as where the puff of smoke was?
There is, sir. If you go to Tools, and then from there to Effects and Filters, and then go to,
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I have tools.
correct, and then you're going to go to Video Effects,
Is it
Geometry, and then check that box that says Interactive Zoom, and you'll be able to click and drag the area you want to zoom into.
I'm sorry, let me do something here. Okay. All right. So I hit Tools, Effects and Filters, Video Effects, Geometry, and Interactive Zoom. Correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. And in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, there is a white rectangle with a portion of the video outlined. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm able to select that rectangle and move it, right?
Correct.
All right. As I do that, should I be centering the van in the middle of the screen?
It would be recommended.
Okay. Now, you testified that it was around 2 minutes, 17 seconds VLC media time that you can see this puff of smoke.
Correct.
Would you please indicate again with your pointer where you saw it?
Sure. It's right outside the passenger window,
Okay.
across the roof.
And it happens in about a second here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to press play at this point. Now. Right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there another setting, a VLC media player, that makes it more visible?
There is. If you go to Colors
Okay.
and then check Negate Colors.
I will rule the objection, but it's noted for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, and again, centering the, what are we looking at here, sir?
Basically, this is transpose the colors.
Okay. Same video,
Correct.
State's Exhibit 2.
Correct.
Okay. And going back to 2 minutes, 17 seconds, can you indicate again with your pointer where you saw the smoke with the naked eye?
Correct. Starts right here, and you'll see it move across the roof line.
Your Honor, I'm going to press play now. Is that it?
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to, Your Honor, for purposes of the record, take off all the video effects that have been applied here. Okay. Officer Brodzinski, as we're looking at the screen now, can you confirm that I've taken off those video filters?
Yes, sir.
So you saw that in real life, did you? And you said you announced it to dispatch?
I did. I called it out on the radio.
How many officers, Men-Around-the-Lake Police Department officers were on duty at that time?
Myself and Lieutenant Messenger.
Okay, so this
Two.
is May 23rd, 2023 at about 11:30 at night, it's just you two?
Yes, sir.
All right. Lieutenant Messenger, was she out on the road as well?
She was.
I'm going to go ahead and press play on the video, Your Honor. 2 minutes, 23 seconds, and just let it play. They call it over dispatch. What do you do now?
So I advised the dispatch that the vehicle had finally come to arrest, and I advised that, or come to rest, advised that I had a puff of smoke come out of the driver's side window, identified it as possibly cigarette smoke. I wasn't sure what it was.
Okay. And
But
then who's this walking towards that car?
that would be me.
Okay. All right, so the video stops at 2:56, right when you're next to the driver's side of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I did turn that off, Your Honor. Now, as you were driving, you testified you could see in the video that the car did not appear to stay in its lane.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, did you observe that on scene as it was happening?
I did.
Okay, what did you make of that as a police officer observing that?
I had a couple different thoughts. There is a condominium complex on Salida Road that a lot of elderly residents live in. I thought perhaps that person was having, it was an elderly resident, maybe having a medical issue. I thought perhaps it could have been a distracted driver, or I thought perhaps it was somebody under the influence of alcohol and or drugs.
What is the speed limit on Reynolds Road in Salida that we watched the defendant's vehicle to be traveling?
25 miles an hour.
That whole portion
Yes, sir.
is 25?
Yes, sir.
What were the speeds of the vehicle as it proceeded when you were at lights?
So I believe he was probably driving right around the speed limit, and then it was between 0 and 10 miles an hour, ultimately before we came to that last stop.
Okay. As traveling at 10 mile an hour?
Yes, sir.
For how long?
Very short period of time, maybe a couple hundred feet.
Okay. Now, I asked you earlier if you had a body-worn camera that was operational. You did.
I did.
This is going to be...
Approach for 1 second, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr.
All right, sir.
Perry, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. All right, Officer Brodzinski, I am handing you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Please take a look at it. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a video of my body-worn camera.
Okay. That is a DVD, contains video clips, right?
Yes.
In anticipation of trial, you took a look at the video clips that are contained on State's Exhibit 3, didn't you?
Yes.
And do the clips that are on State's Exhibit 3 fairly and accurately depict that which they purport to?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit State's Exhibit 3.
Any objections?
No objection.
3 will be admitted.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to just queue up a lot of the clips on State's Exhibit 3, and I will let you know when it is up. forgive me, it is on screen, Your Honor, on my computer. Okay. Now, Officer Brodzinski, do you see that screen up there?
Yes.
We're using VLC Media Player again, aren't we?
Yes, sir.
And you see that the clip that I have on the screen runs from 0 seconds to 3 minutes and 4 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this the video clip of your body-worn camera recording when you were following the vehicle and then ultimately when the vehicle stopped?
Yes.
Okay. Now I see in the center right lower portion of the screen there's some writing and some numbers. What's that?
Correct. So the computer automatically, once you're logged in, will update all videos from my dash cam and my body-worn camera with my name, the date, and the time. It's an automatic thing that's done by the software.
Okay. And, you know, I asked you about the camera systems in your car. How does the footage go from your vehicle and your body-worn camera unit to a storage?
These are done via Wi-Fi, so over the air when you're in close proximity to the station and you're not recording, it'll start to upload automatically.
So when you go back to Mentor Lake Police Department, it just downloads over the Wi-Fi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and press play now. Is there audio for the first 30 seconds of this?
There is not.
Why not?
That's a built-in feature of the software.
Okay, that's fine. So what are we looking at here, sir?
This is me driving. I believe I've just done the pulled into the driveway, turned my vehicle around, and I'm now heading northbound.
There might be a rather abrupt beginning of the sound, Judge.
Okay.
Recording.
Five 72 radio, traffic stop.
572.
King Adam Young, 3470. It's a gray Kia Sedona van. We're going to be at Salida and Reynolds. Vehicle's still moving.
Ten more. Go ahead.
Clear, Walmart.
I'll take another unit. This vehicle's still contouring. We're on Salida, going 10 miles an hour. Now we're across the double yellows.
And west on Florida. Two calls so far. Mobile Towers, 27,600. Where you at? I'm going to come towards you. With my lights on. Hopefully they'll trigger at the stop.
Alright, it appears we've come to a stop now. Stand by, I'll get you an address. I got smoke coming out of the inside of the vehicle as well. I believe it's cigarette smoke.
Radio needs 7400 Black and Florida. I'm not with them.
Sorry, officer. I ain't.
How you doing? Officer Brodzinski, Mineral Lake PD. The reason I pulled you over is, first of all, you got your head bright lights on coming right at me and you didn't dim your lights.
My light up.
Right now, Your Honor, that video stops at 3 minutes and 4 seconds, Windows Media Player time, and I've stopped the video at this time without further questions.
Okay.
I will have some questions
Sure.
to ask.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take our lunch break at this time. Good spot to stop, and that's why we stopped.
time you exited your cruiser and approached the defendant's vehicle. Correct? You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to put on the screen, we ended the morning with State's Exhibit 3, a video clip. I'd like to play just the tail end of that clip where the officer approaches the vehicle again. And I do have it queued up. Okay. Officer Brodzinski, you see that screen?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, this is the 0 to 3.04 file contained on State's Exhibit 3. I have the video queued up at 2 minutes and 46 seconds VLC media player time, and I'm going to press play. We watched this morning. It's just the tail end of it. Okay? Pressing play now.
Sorry, officer. I ain't.
How you doing? Officer Brodzinski, Mineral Lake PD. The reason I pulled you over is, first of all, you got your head bright lights on coming right at me, and you didn't dim your lights.
My light out.
Okay, now, Officer Brodzinski, and I did turn that off, Your Honor. Officer Brodzinski, when you approach the vehicle,
Hang on a second.
mic's off. When you approached the vehicle, there was someone seated in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct.
Who was that?
It was Levon Stanley.
Okay. And the person who was in the driver's seat of that vehicle, is he in the courtroom here today?
He is, sir.
Okay. Please indicate where he is and what he is wearing.
He's seated at the defense table next to defense counsel. He's wearing a black jacket, white shirt, and black pants.
Your Honor, we consent to the record reflecting you identified my client.
Very well.
Record so reflects, Your Honor?
Yes, it may.
Thank you. All right, now, as you approached the vehicle, did you look to see if there was anybody else inside of the vehicle?
As I was approaching, I had my flashlight out, and that's what I was trying to do, is determine if there was anybody else inside. It was dark, tinted
Let me stop you
windows.
for a minute. Did you determine whether or not there's anybody else in the vehicle?
I did not see anyone else in the vehicle.
Okay. So as you approach the driver's side and you're speaking with the person at the tail end of that video clip we just watched, that was the defendant you're talking to, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to show you in a moment another video clip of that interaction. But as you're approaching the vehicle as an investigating police officer, what were you doing in that moment?
So, because of the circumstances that he was slow to stop, I was a little cautious. I was a little slower, maybe getting out of the vehicle, just checking to see if there were any other additional observations in particular that kind of
Like what?
set my alarms off. So, for example, looking to see again for inside movement, or seeing if a side door on the van suddenly opens and somebody exits. Again, at that point, there was no reason for me to be in a hurry to approach the vehicle. It had finally stopped.
Okay, so when you're speaking with the defendant as a police officer on this traffic stop, initiating an investigation, what are you doing as you're talking to him? What are you looking at?
Right. So I initially looked at the steering wheel, where I observed white powder. I saw some white powder down on his pants. Looked across, and that's where I observed in the center console a marijuana cigar. Observed a bottle of cologne. There were some other items. Initially, I wasn't exactly sure, and then I looked across to the passenger seat where I could see what appeared to be a jacket that also had some white powder on it.
Okay. Sir, having continuing permission to approach you, I'm approaching you and I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4A, 4B, and 4C. Okay?
Okay.
Please take a look at those. Let me know when you have taken a look at them.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what those are?
I do.
What are they?
These are the pictures that I took of the inside center console of the vehicle. And then the last photo is the photo that I took when I got back to the station of the marijuana cigar.
Okay.
And Mr. Pierre, what number were those again?
4A, 4B, 4C.
Thank you.
Sir, as you look at these photographs 4A, 4B, 4C, do they fairly and accurately depict that which they purport to?
Yes.
This is what they looked like in the car that night?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit 4A through C.
Any objection?
No objection.
4A, B, and C will be admitted.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to put them on screen if I may.
Tell me when they're set.
Yes. And let's get them ready. Your Honor, I have 4A depicted on my computer screen. Officer Brodzinski, just like this morning, when I hand you exhibits that are photographs, make sure, please, that the exhibit that we are referring to in your hand is the same one on the screen, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, on the screen, that states Exhibit 4A.
Yes.
Okay, you have your pointer?
Yes.
All right. Now, you testified a moment ago, you saw, what did you say you saw? And is it depicted in 4A?
The marijuana cigar, which is right here. Additionally, I mentioned the bottle of cologne, and there were some additional, say, packet of.
Okay. Well, let me stop you for a minute. I'm gonna zoom in and do 4B, okay? Because 4B, that's a closer picture of 4A, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. The marijuana cigar, is it centered?
Yes, sir, right here.
Okay. So what significance does that have to you as a police officer on a traffic stop when you see that?
So that constitutes probable cause for a search of the vehicle.
Okay. Now, at some point you did search the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that.
Okay.
Did you seize this marijuana cigar and take it back to the police department?
Yes.
All right. You took a picture of it, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. So moving on to 4C. What are we looking at here in 4C?
That is the picture that I took of the marijuana cigar back at the station.
All right. Is this marijuana cigar the same one depicted in A and B?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and turn that off, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. So you're standing at the side of the window, you saw this, and what were the next investigative steps that you took here?
So, based on the traffic stop itself, I was continuing the investigation to try to determine what may or may not have occurred. I asked for his driver's license, which he willingly provided to me. Then asked if he had been smoking marijuana tonight. Again, I could smell burnt marijuana in the vehicle. He said yes. He said that he had smoked 2 blunts, reached over and picked that one up and showed me. I told him thanks, asked if he could get a copy of his vehicle insurance for me, which again he grabbed from the vehicle and then provided to me.
Okay. Where was the insurance information document in the vehicle?
Inside of a jacket that he had that was on the passenger seat.
Okay. So he provided that information to you?
Correct. And it was valid.
Okay. Now, the defendant, did he also provide you with the driver's license information, say where he lived and so forth?
He did. So on his driver's license, it had an address listed of Parma Heights. I confirmed with him that that was still his current address, and he said yes. As part of my ongoing investigation, I asked him what brought him out here this evening. He said he was coming to visit a coworker. At that time, I observed a lot of sweat, a profuse amount of sweat, and asked him why he was sweating so bad. He said that he was coming from basketball practice in Collinwood.
Let me stop you for a minute, sir. You mentioned that you made an observation of his physical condition, sweating. Are you observing other characteristics of his physical, what he is displaying physically to you?
Again, what I was concerned with initially is he may be impaired by alcohol and or drugs.
Okay. So what are the indicators of that in your training and experience that someone is impaired by alcohol and or drugs that you were looking for?
When I was speaking with him, I was checking to see if his speech was slurred. It was not. He did not have a hard time handing me his driver's license or his proof of insurance. His eyes were not glossy. His face was not bloodshot. Eyes weren't watery, so nothing that gave me an indication that he would have been impaired by alcohol and or drugs.
Okay, so as a police officer on scene, it is something you scrutinized, and you didn't see anything to investigate that further, is that right?
Correct.
All right.
No odor of an alcoholic beverage, obviously I should mention too.
Okay, all right, did you or did you not smell alcohol?
I did not smell alcohol on him.
Did you ask him if he had been drinking?
I did, and he said no.
Okay, all right. Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony powder that you observed, okay? Is this something that you continued to observe as you continued to speak with the defendant?
It was. There were particulates that were in the air as I was speaking with him that I could observe.
Did
so
you ask the defendant about that?
I did. I asked him what was the powder that I observed in the air on his clothing and everything, and he said it was smoke.
Okay. The interaction that I've just asked you about, you testified, was that captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. And in anticipation of trial, did you review a clip of your body-worn camera that depicts that portion of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to play State's Exhibit 3. There's a second clip.
Is it all set?
I am. And this is for purposes of the record, the clip that is file 3.0925.00. Pressing play.
Got license on insurance.
Okay. All right. For my own safety, you have any gun, knives, weapons in the vehicle, anything like that? Okay, let me get your license.
Can I get my insurance out the glove department?
Yeah, you know what, give me a second just to take a look at this first, okay? Is this your current address, Parma Heights?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what brings you out here tonight?
I'm going to go see my coworker.
Your coworker? Okay. How much weed did you smoke today?
A couple of blunts. There's no weed in the car, but I was smoking.
Why were you so slow to stop?
Because I was smoking.
Okay. Okay.
A little bit of weed in the car, maybe
Okay.
a blunt, maybe a
All right,
blunt.
that's fine. Just set that back in between the columns. Go ahead and grab your insurance for me, sir.
Matter of fact, it's actually right here in my jacket pocket.
What's that?
It's in my jacket pocket.
What is your insurance?
Yes.
Yeah, what's the powder all over everything?
Smoke.
You been drinking tonight too, sir?
Nah, just smoking.
You were sweating like a monster. What happened? From smoking?
Basketball practice.
Basketball? Where's your practice at?
It's coming from Hollywood area.
From Collinwood?
Yeah, like us basketball.
Okay. Your insurance is good. Go ahead and hold on to that for me, all right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to run your license. I'll be right back with you, okay?
I went ahead and turned that off, Judge. Now, Officer Brodzinski, having watched that video, can you describe what some of the particulates in the air were as you were standing there?
The amount of particular, I wasn't sure at that point. It was a white powder that was just kind of floating in the air at that time. Again,
Is that what you asked the defendant about when you mentioned the powder?
Correct.
Okay. Now, looking at that video, there appears to be something else flying in the air. What is that?
The midges and mayflies were out at that time of the year. Just
What is that?
hatched.
What is midges and mayflies? What is that?
Little tiny, very annoying bugs that hatch near the edge of Lake Erie as things get a little bit warmer in the spring. Usually they're worse in the fall. But little tiny bugs that for about 10 to 14 days are more of a botherance than anything. But they were absolutely all over us that evening.
Okay. All right, so now, at this point, at the end of that clip that was just displayed for the jury, it appears that you stopped and you looked in the direction of the driver's seat, shining your flashlight in that direction. Do you recall what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Or what was that? Why did you do that?
Just one additional precaution. Again, at this point, I did not believe that the driver was impaired, and I was just trying to determine, again, perhaps why he was so slow to stop. It had been a very lengthy traffic stop, and it took approximately 1:45, so I was just concerned, wanted to make sure that there was nothing else going on inside the vehicle.
Now, at this point, were you the only police officer on scene?
Officer Lieutenant Messenger had arrived on scene. She was at the passenger side door shortly after my initial approach.
Passenger side door of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at this point, what are you going to do? The video showed that you walked back to your cruiser. What do you do at this point?
Right, so I'm going to head back to my car, sit back into the driver's seat. I'm going to advise dispatch over the radio who my driver is, whether I provide it by name and date of birth or by their driver's license number.
Okay, now, you confirmed that the defendant did have a valid driver's license at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that vehicle is registered to the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at this point in the investigation, you exit your cruiser, and what do you do next?
Exit my cruiser, head to the rear of the minivan where Lieutenant Messenger meets me. She's my supervisor. She was also one of my training officers at Menor on the Lake. Advise her of the situation, that he is valid. Registration returns to him, and the registration is also valid.
What was the course of action that you took at this point in furtherance of the investigation here?
So, based upon the marijuana cigar that was in between the seats, again, that gives us probable cause to search the vehicle. So we both discussed it, determined that now is the appropriate time to ask him to exit the vehicle.
For what purpose?
To conduct a search of the interior of the vehicle for any other contraband.
Okay. So did you proceed to ask the defendant to exit the vehicle?
Correct. So I walked around to the driver's side door with Lieutenant Messenger, asked him to step out. He did, asked him to step to the rear of his van.
And for what purpose?
And to do a pat-down search. At this point, he's in a custodial custody. So it's basically just a quick pat-down per department policy to make sure that he does not have any weapons on himself or anything else that he potentially could injure himself with while we go and put him into the back of the van while we conduct the search.
Okay. All right. In anticipation of trial, did you review your body-worn camera to see if the defendant stepping out of the vehicle in the beginning of the search was on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to play on State's Exhibit 3, the third video clip.
Ready to go?
No, I'm not ready to go. I'm sorry, Judge. For purposes of the record, Your Honor, this is the third video clip on State's Exhibit 3, 7.56 to 8.37, and I am ready to go, Judge. Pressing play.
All right, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to go ahead and step out of the vehicle for me. If you could just walk to the back of the vehicle for me.
This officer's just going to search you real quick.
Step right here for me.
Like I said,
Do me a favor, yeah, just step this way. Just so we're not in the road. All right, you got anything on you that'll stick me, poke me, or prod me? No needles or anything like that? Okay. Just your phone in here? 2 phones?
All right, now that video stops 41 seconds into it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your cruiser, is it still parked in that same position behind the defendant's car at this point?
Yes.
All right. And is your front view cruiser cam still operating and recording what's going on?
Yes.
All right. The search of the defendant that you complete at this point, was it captured on that front portion of the cruiser cam?
Yes,
Okay. In anticipation of trial, did you review a portion of that video?
correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, this is going to be State's Exhibit 2, the second file, 7.52 to 10.09. It's already been admitted.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I will
You may.
play that. Now, Officer Brodzinski, does this just give sort of a view of the entire body of the search that you're doing?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and press play, Your Honor. Again, asking regarding audio, is there any audio on this front cruiser cam?
Not on the dash cam, no.
Okay. What did the defendant have?
There were 3 iPhones in his left front jacket pocket, in his left front pants pocket. There was $1,500, 15 $100 bills. There also was a key in that pocket. Front right pants pocket, there was a coach's whistle that I also located.
And I see, watching this video, that you are walking from the defendant who is standing in the rear of your vehicle to the driver's side. What are you doing?
Just placing these items on the driver's seat, as opposed to putting them into my pockets or somewhere else,
So
just for safekeeping.
His items you're putting in his car.
Sure.
Did the defendant have any weapons on him?
No.
No. Okay. So we played the entirety of that clip, and I am pressing stop at this time. Now, Officer Brodzinski, we watched the clip of the search. How did you, it looked like you were using your hands to touch parts of the defendant's body. How were you accomplishing this search? What were you doing?
So the first thing that I observed is when he exited the vehicle, in his left jacket pocket, there appeared to be something large and somewhat heavy. The jacket looked like it was tucked down, so I wanted to make sure I went to that area first in case it was a gun or a weapon. It turned out to be 3 cell phones. So the first thing I did is as I'm going around checking his pockets.
How? You're saying you're checking them, but how?
Yeah, I'm grabbing them,
Okay.
basically just feeling to see, again, if there's anything in there. And again, anything that, would be in there would just need to be removed so that it doesn't go missing or, again, is used against him while he's in the back of the car.
Okay. And the defendant at this point is where? The video shows that you guys were walking towards your cruiser.
Correct. He's in the back of 572, which was my cruiser, and he's on the driver's side.
Okay, in the back seat.
In the back seat.
Okay. All right. Now, at this point in the investigation, what steps did you take?
So, returned to the vehicle, and Lieutenant Messenger, again, who was my supervisor, determined that based on the amount of powder inside the vehicle that we had observed, she was going to go to the station, get some distilled water, as well as some cotton swabs, to take swabs of several areas of the vehicle.
All right, why not just collect the powder?
The powder was strewn all over the inside, all over the exterior of the vehicle as well, and it would have been virtually impossible to try to gather a valid sample.
Okay. Okay. So, in lieu of that, you decided to take samples of the swab, is that right?
Correct.
And so you testified, you said Lieutenant Messenger was going to do what?
She returned to the station. We don't normally carry distilled water. Sometimes we do have the DNA swabs with us, but again, they're just, for lack of a better term, a long Q-tip with which we can gather evidence.
Okay, so who was going to be doing that? Who was going to be collecting the samples of this powder?
Lieutenant was going to be doing that. I was
And
going to take photographs of everything, inside, outside, the entire vehicle.
Okay, what about a search of the vehicle?
So the search of the vehicle was for both of us. Again, when we first returned, I again reiterated to her that we had the marijuana cigar in between the seats.
All right, let me stop you for a minute. Did you search this van?
I did.
All right, did Lieutenant Messenger participate in that search?
Portions of it, yes.
Okay. Did you search the trunk of that van?
I did.
How?
Opened up the rear hatch of the van, which lifted up, observed athletic gear, for lack of a better term. I think there was a football in it, some clothing, maybe another pair of shoes. Just moved it, looked underneath it, was looking underneath the seats. There was a car seat in the back seat.
Let me stop you for a minute. We're in the trunk, you opened up the trunk, you saw that athletic gear, and you testified that you moved it around. Did you find any drugs back there?
No.
Was there any powder back there?
No.
All right, after searching the trunk, did you move to a different section of the car to search?
Correct. I went to the passenger side sliding door.
Okay, would that be the rear slide? I mean, this is a minivan, right?
Correct.
All right, so when you're talking about the sliding door, you're talking about the back.
Right.
Okay. And how did you search the vehicle? What did you do specifically?
Sort of from the back, looking up to the front. Again, was looking for everything on the seats, under the seats, checking compartments in between the seats.
So when you were doing that, were you inserting your body into the car and looking with your eyes and moving things with your hands?
Correct.
What was inside of the car that you saw?
I don't recall seeing much of anything. Again, I remember a car seat being on one of the seats inside the vehicle.
No additional drugs?
No, no.
Okay. Were you looking for some sort of a container or a baggie?
I was hoping to find maybe the container that whatever that powder was in. Generally speaking, it's sometimes we see it on the street. It's in a cellophane wrapper, sometimes called a tie-off.
What other containers were you looking for that may have contained that powder?
Any other kind of Ziploc bag, any other kind of plastic material that could have been stored in.
Okay, so as you are inside of that car manipulating objects, you are actively looking for such things, correct?
Yes.
Did you find anything like that?
No.
In the rear passenger section, you didn't find anything like that?
No.
What about, did you search the front of the vehicle?
I did.
Inside passenger front, I mean?
I did.
Where?
Looked underneath the seat, looked in the center console, looked in the glove box, looked on the overhead visors, the storage compartments in the door. Again, looked probably underneath the seat from 4 or 5 different angles just to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
Okay. All right. And so both you and Lieutenant Messenger did not find any such item, correct?
No.
Now, you testified earlier that Lieutenant Messenger would be taking swab samples of this powder and you would be taking photographs of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that? Did you take pictures of the car?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Brzezinski, I am going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5A through W, okay? I want you to please take a look through all of these. Let me know when you have had an opportunity to do that.
Okay.
You recognize states exhibits 5A through W?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
Those are photographs that I took on scene of the interior and exterior of the vehicle.
Is this prior to the swabs being taken?
Yes.
Right. And do each of the photographs in 5A through 5W, do they fairly and accurately depict that which they purport to?
Yes.
We're going to move to admit 5A through W.
Any objection?
No objection.
5A through W will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask for permission to publish as well on screen.
You may.
Thank you. And I am ready with 5A whenever Your Honor is ready. Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Brodzinski, looking at 5A. What do we have here, sir?
This is an exterior picture of the passenger side sliding door.
And you can go ahead and use your pointer as well. Why did you take this picture?
Observed a lot of powder that was
A lot of what?
powder
Oh, powder.
that was on the exterior of this door.
Okay, and you're indicating with your pointer, is that the powder you're talking about?
Correct.
All right, we're moving on to 5B as in boy. What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a close-up of the same door. Again, just the powder.
5C, what are we looking at here, sir?
This is just a different angle, same door of that same powder.
All right, and this is the rear passenger sliding door.
Correct.
Okay. Now moving on to 5D as in David. What is depicted here?
This is the passenger side front door. Again, the powder is what I'm trying to capture in the photo.
Okay. The position of the window as it is depicted in State's Exhibit 5D. Is that the position that the window was in when you approached the vehicle for the first time?
I did not observe that window. That was Lieutenant Messenger that approached on that side, so I don't know.
Oh, you didn't note that?
Correct.
Okay. Taking a look at 5E, what are we looking at here, sir?
Again, more powder. The powder is actually sitting as well on top of the glass window. And again, that's that same passenger side front door.
Five F as in Frank. What are we looking at here, sir?
Inside passenger door, again, powder along the top rail as well as the armrest.
Is this the passenger front door?
Correct. Passenger side front door.
All right, so this is the inside of the door of what we just looked at with that window?
Yes, sir.
5G.
Just an additional close-up again of the powder that was located on the door.
5H.
And again, just a different angle to show the powder that was on the armrest. Same door.
Let's zoom in. What's this thing right here?
And that would be one of those midges.
Okay. 5I. What is depicted here, sir?
So this is a picture of the front of the vehicle. Again, you can see the powder on the windshield as well as the roof of the vehicle.
.5J.
See here more of a concentration of the powder. Again, just trying to capture in the poorly lit conditions, kind of what we're looking at.
5K.
So standing on the driver's side, looking across toward the passenger side. Again, the heavy concentration of powder that you can see on the windshield as well as the roof.
5L.
Close up, super concentration of the powder here, not so much in the back and on this side, and again across the windshield.
5M is in Michael.
Again, similar shot. I think I took about half step to the right, same location, just to show the powder on the windshield as well as on the roof of the vehicle.
5N as in Nicholas.
Close up of the same powder again, driver's side here, that's your passenger side. Again, just trying to get a different angle.
It appears you're moving toward, like, around the car, is that right?
Correct, and it was extremely dark. I was using a flashlight as well as the flash on the camera, just trying to make sure that the pictures were of decent quality.
Okay, 5-0.
Same angle here, driver's side here, looking again at the roof line, and you can observe the powder there.
5P.
5P is standing on the driver's side, looking across toward the passenger side at the powder that was on the roof.
This is from the perspective of from the driver's side across to the passenger side?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
5P.
Same angle here, driver's side, looking across to the passenger side, notating just all the powder again on the roof.
Okay, and that's for purposes of the record, 5Q, is that right?
That's correct, 5Q.
What about 5R?
So this particular picture, I went to the passenger side, and I'm looking passenger side in front of me across to the driver's side. Again, the powder on the roof.
5S.
And as I was trying to get a close-up of that passenger side again, just to show the powder again, you can see it here, which is in front of the door frame, not so much on the towards the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. Moving to 5T is in Thomas.
This is the seat adjuster on the driver's side door, where you can see the powder on the floor as well as all over the adjuster itself.
Now, you said it was the seat adjuster on the driver's side door.
Sorry, not on the driver's side door. Driver's side, driver's seat,
Okay, so this
adjuster.
is the thing, you're gonna move the seat and go like this?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what that black metal bar is you indicated with your pointer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is the significance of this photograph?
Again, just the large amount of powder that's sitting on top of that bar as well as on the floor.
Okay, 5U.
U is an additional photo. Same thing. Again, I'm trying to show the volume of powder that's sitting on the floor.
Okay, is this also the driver's seat?
Yes.
5V is in Victor. What are we looking at here, sir?
So the defendant's coat was laying on the seat. He then put that coat on when he exited the vehicle. What I was trying to show here is the outline of the powder that you can see on the seat that is not over here where his coat was laying.
What seat is this?
This is the front passenger seat.
And 5W.
Close up of the same thing. Again, the outline is here. This is where the coat was located. This is where there was nothing located.
Okay. Still front passenger seat here?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, I went ahead and turned those off.
Okay.
Now, sir, you testified that Lieutenant Messenger was going to swab these substances to collect it for analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did she do that?
She did.
Did you witness that?
I did.
And as she did that, what were you doing?
She asked me to take a photo of each of the areas that she swabbed.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Officer Brodzinski, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 6A through G. Please take a look at those. Let me know when you've had a look at.
Yes.
You recognize those?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photos that I took of the interior and exterior of the vehicle as the lieutenant was swabbing and directed me to take photos of specific areas.
Okay, so it's after the swabs?
Yes.
All right, do these 6A through G, do they fairly and accurately represent that which they purport to, sir?
Yes.
This is what it looked like that night?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, moved into 6A through G.
Any objection?
No objection.
6A through G will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I asked that these photos be published to the jury. I do have 6A up on my computer screen at this time. Officer Brodzinski, take a look at 6A. That's 6A, isn't it what's on the screen?
Yes,
Same thing as in your hand, right?
correct.
All right, you may use your pointer. What are we looking at here?
Lieutenant Messenger had taken two different swabs. She took a swab here and also a swab here.
Now, I keep asking you, and you keep saying took a swab. What does that mean? What action is taken with the swab?
Right, so she's taking this long Q-tip and one of the swabs that the samples, if you will, that she would take from the windshield would be a wet swab with distilled water. So I would pour the distilled water onto that swab. She would then take a sample, put it into the
How
package.
does she take a sample?
Just rubbing back and forth with that onto the surface.
Okay, so she takes this long Q-tip thing and she rubs it, right?
Correct.
All right, and what is the effect of that?
It would get the substance onto that Q-tip where it could then be set out for identification.
Okay, now, as Lieutenant Messenger is collecting these samples on these swab tips, how are they being collected?
So she's, before she would take every swab, she would come over to me. I would pour the distilled water onto the one swab. Again, she would take a dry swab and a wet swab, put them back into the packaging, which were then sealed and then put into a large manila envelope.
And were they put in separate envelopes?
So there's a little plastic packaging that each pair of Q-tips goes into. That's sealed, and then it was put into a large manila envelope.
Okay, and then the next set gets its own envelope, and the next set gets its own?
I believe that's what she did.
All right, and you observed this, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's look at 6. So this is the front windshield after she took the swabs?
Yes.
6B is in boy. What are we looking at here?
This is the roof. Again, she took two different swabs of the roof.
6C.
This is the passenger side door, again, where she took the swab.
6D is in David.
This is the passenger side pillar. This is the passenger seat, so it's at the base of that seat that you're seeing. Again, where the swab was wiped.
6E. Who's this person?
That would be my supervisor, Lieutenant Messenger, taking the swab off the rail that was on the driver's side seat.
6F is in Frank.
This is back to the passenger seat again. This was swabbed here.
And 6G.
G is, again, another shot of that driver's side seat adjuster, and you can see where she took the sample.
Okay. I'm going to turn these photos off, Your Honor. Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Officer Brodzinski, you testified about these swabs being in wrappers, right?
Correct.
Let me show them the wrappers. I'll show them all individually.
Okay.
Sir, I'm asking, I will be handing you here State's Exhibit 7A through G. 7A through G.
Okay.
You recognize these?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photos that I took of the swab packaging. And I took these back at the station once we had returned there to process the evidence.
What did you do with them at the station?
So took them out of the packaging that we had, which was the envelopes, put them down on a table, wiped the table clean initially. Again, we use OxyClean in the evidence room. Wipe that table down, put white butcher block paper down, and then it's a process of setting these down to take quality photographs of all of them.
Okay, and 7A through G that you're looking at, is that what they look like at the time you took the photos? Are they fairly inaccurately represent that which they purport to?
Yes.
Move to admit 7A through G, Your Honor.
Mr. Deeb, any objection?
No objection.
7A through G will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I do have 7A prompted up on my computer screen. Officer Brodzinski, we're looking at 7A on screen, aren't we?
Yes.
All right, now this packaging, you're talking about this white packaging with the green writing on it?
Correct.
Okay, and that's what the swabs were in
Correct.
before they were used, and they were placed back in there after they were used, correct?
Correct.
And each one of those was a different set of swabs that was taken on scene of the van, is that right?
Yes.
As I proceed through 7B as in boy?
Yes.
Okay. And C, D, E. Now, there appears to be some writing on here. What is that writing?
Yes. So Lieutenant Messenger was excuse me, as she was taking the sample, she would write on there. That's her writing, where she took the particular sample from.
Okay. And F and G. Okay, that's the back of one.
Correct. There was no writing on the front of that one, so I just took the photo of the back. It says windshield.
Thank you, sir. Now, what, and I turned it off. So what was done with these swaps in terms of packaging and analysis?
Right. So she had asked me to package all the evidence. Lieutenant Messenger had asked me to package all of the evidence that we had obtained. So each individual swab, I ensured that the package was sealed. I then put that into a heat-sealed plastic bag. Then I put that into a manila tannish brown envelope, sealed both ends of it with tape, put sticker on the front identifying what it was, marking the evidence number, and then also put a caution sticker for potentially it could contain fentanyl. Again, we didn't know what the substance actually was. But the Lake County Crime Lab dictates that we put those stickers on it if there's a possibility that it could contain a harmful substance.
All right, and did you seal each of those envelopes?
Yes.
How?
Took clear packing tape around both ends of it,
Of what?
of both ends of the envelope, and then I put my initials, part on the tape, part on the envelope for each end to dictate that I was the one that sealed it.
What is the purpose of sealing that envelope in that way?
Ensures that if for some reason somebody else was to open that envelope, they potentially would be tampering that tape, so we would know.
And there was no tampering here, correct?
No.
I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 9A through 9N, as in Nicholas. Please take a look at those.
Okay.
All right, you recognize those, sir, 9A through N?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photographs of the envelopes that I had packaged that had all of the evidence in there.
What evidence?
Of the swabs, for example.
All right. So these envelopes contain those swabs that we just looked at?
Correct.
All right. And in lieu of bringing them into the courtroom, you're using these photographs, correct, sir?
Yes.
And States Exhibits 9A through 9N, do they fairly and accurately reflect that which they purport to?
Yes.
Move to admit 9A through N.
Any objection? 9A through N as in Nancy will be admitted.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I do have 9A on my computer screen. I would ask that it be on up there. All right. So I'm going to just zero in a bit. Oh, it's not letting me. I need to close this out and reopen it just quickly. So I'm going to do that. There we go. All right. Now, 9A, that's what we're looking at on screen, isn't it, sir?
Yes,
All right, you can use your pointer if you want. You mentioned an envelope. You're talking about that manila envelope?
correct,
Okay, and that's what you sealed up?
correct. There's
Okay.
tape on this end that goes around the corners and around the back side.
All right, and this is one side of it, correct?
Correct.
All right, and there is a sticker in the middle. I'm just zooming in on the sticker. Do you recognize that sticker?
Yes, that's my writing and my sticker.
All right, what is this sticker anyway? What is it?
So this just indicates what item number it is in terms of all of the evidence that we have. So this particular piece is item number 8.
All right, let me stop you. Who's item number 8?
Men are on the Lake Police Department.
Okay, and so that symbol above the words item number, what is that?
That's our patch.
Okay, that's Men Are on the Lakes patch, right?
Yes, sir.
So item number 8 is the Men Are on the Lake Police Department number, right?
Correct.
Okay, what is this other writing on here?
So this is the case number. This is the date that the swab was obtained. This is a description of it, location where it was taken from, the case number. We always use the suspect's name. My name, my badge at the time was number 6. This is an internal control number that I did not put on there. That's put on by our evidence room manager, our other sergeant. I place all these into a evidence locker. He then assigns a specific number to every piece of evidence that we have that ever goes in the evidence room.
All right, so you said a locker. What is that?
So we have 6 small 12-inch by 12-inch lockers, if you will. The evidence, once it's all packaged and everything is put into that, you lock it. You then drop the key into a evidence collection bin that only the property room manager can get to.
All right, now you mentioned a sticker, it may contain fentanyl sticker. Is that what we're looking at here?
Correct. Again, that's required by the Lake County Crime Lab before they'll take any submissions that may have a dangerous chemical.
All right, now I moved on to 9B as in boy. Is this the backside of that same envelope?
Correct.
Okay. Now you mentioned, or you testified earlier about sealing it with tape and writing initials. Is that depicted here?
Yes, it is.
What you did?
Yes, right there, right there.
KB? That's you?
Yes.
As we move through 9A through 9N, is it the same setup for each set of photographs? A front and a back and different swabs?
Correct.
Okay, and as I move on to 9C here that is depicted on the screen, I zoom in on that crime evidence sticker. What is our item number here?
This is item number 9.
Okay, and again, we have an item description.
Correct. That was the swab of the passenger door. We took 2 of those.
Okay, all right, collected by you. All of these items that are depicted in 9A through N, you sealed, photographed, and submitted to locked custody. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Moving on to 9D, is this the back of 9C? Let me move back here. Yeah, you have it in front of you as well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, written at the bottom here in handwriting, it says, like I'm looking at 5D as in, or I'm sorry, I keep saying 5, Your Honor. I mean 9. 9D I'm looking at. At the bottom of 9D, it says item number 9. Does that correspond to the Men Are on the Lake Police Department item number?
It does.
Okay. So going through these photos, as that's written, it matches the Men Are on the Lake number, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So for each of these envelopes, they were submitted into lock custody at Men Are on the Lake Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Were they ultimately forwarded to the Lake County Crime Laboratory for forensic analysis?
They were. I submitted the sheet, which I then put in Detective Strauss's mailbox, and it someday shortly after this,
All right,
he
let me stop you
transported
for a
those.
second. They were submitted, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and I'm just, Your Honor, sequentially moving through each of these photos. 9I at this point. I'm sorry, that was 9J, 9K, 9L. And it's the same sequence, is that right, Officer Brodzinski?
Yes.
Okay, 9M, Vincent Nicholas. Okay, I did turn that off, Joe. All right. So at this point, the swabs are taken, they're collected. Now, where did you seal those envelopes?
It was in the evidence room at the Metro Lake Police Station.
So that's after you left the scene, correct?
Correct.
All right. Excuse me. I want to take your memory back to the scene, okay? And was there a point in time when Lieutenant Messenger spoke to the defendant?
There was.
Okay, and you were not present for that, correct?
I was not.
Okay. Did you know what this powder was when you were out there on scene?
We didn't know.
Okay. So in terms of a course of action, what did you decide to do as police officers here in terms of what was going to happen with the defendant that night?
Right. So because not knowing what it is, at that point we determined that he was going to receive a traffic ticket, which I wrote out for him, and that these results, all the swab samples would be forwarded to the Lake County Crime Lab for testing.
Okay. And then, so did you or Lieutenant Messenger arrest the defendant that night for these charges?
No.
And what did you do then?
He just received a traffic ticket for failure to dim bright lights, and I had handed that to him, and he signed it in the back seat.
In the back seat of what?
Back seat of my police SUV.
Okay, so the defendant was seated in the back seat of the cruiser still?
Correct.
Okay. And we saw the video where he walks through the cruiser. You testified that he's in the back of the cruiser. Does he stay in the back of the cruiser the whole time?
He does.
Or during the search, the swabs, everything?
Yes.
Until you let him go?
Correct.
Now, when he got out of the car, who let him out of the car? You or Lieutenant Messenger?
No, I had opened the door.
Which door?
The driver's side rear door.
Of your cruiser?
Yes.
Okay.
He was seated. I handed him the traffic ticket, explained it to him, showed him his court date. He signed it, and then I provided him with his portion of that ticket.
Okay. And you told him he could go.
He stepped out of the vehicle and went back to his vehicle.
And did you notice anything of significance at that point?
I did.
What?
There was a significant amount of that white powder in the rear seat where he had been sitting in the rear of my police SUV.
Was it there before he got in there?
No,
How do you know?
because I checked my car before my shift began, and there was nothing in there.
Had there been anybody else in the rear portion of your cruiser from the time you started your shift at 10 to the time that the defendant was seated in the back of your car?
No.
Yeah. While I'm doing that, I'm going to hand you 8A through H. Please take a look at those.
All right, so I thought I missed something. I get the.
I skipped one, George. We went a little bit out of order.
Okay.
Take a look at those.
Yes,
Do you recognize those?
absolutely.
What are they?
These are photos that I took of the rear seat of my police SUV when I got back to the station that evening.
Okay. And what do they depict?
They depict the powder and residue that I located on the back seat.
And do State's Exhibits 8A through H fairly and accurately depict that which they purport to?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I move to admit States 8A through H.
Objections?
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You gonna play those or show those?
I do, I just have to get it up on screen real quick. And I do have 8A on my computer. Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Brodzinski, are we looking at 8A up on screen there?
Correct.
What are we looking at here, sir?
So this is the rear driver's side seat of the back of my police SUV after the defendant had exited the vehicle.
You can use your pointer. What is depicted here that you noticed on scene?
I noticed some powder here. There was also some on the front edge of this seat, and additionally located some on the floor.
All right, moving on to 8B as in boy. What are we looking at here, sir?
This was just a close-up that I was trying to get of that steel partition we talked about that separates the seats, and this is just some powder that was in between, in the middle of the seat.
When did you notice that this powder was there?
After the defendant exited the rear seat of my vehicle.
On scene?
Yes.
Okay. 8C. What are we looking at here?
Again, I just tried to get a close-up of some of the powder that was on that seat.
8D as in David.
This item was located on the floor. Again, trying to identify or take a photograph of the powder that was on the front of the seat, the edge of the seat, and then also on the floor where he was seated.
That thing on the floor you said was on the floor? What do you mean?
Correct. So this was not in my car at the beginning of the shift. It appears to be a magazine advertisement. When I got back to the station, I did remove that from the floor of the rear of my seat. Did not observe any powder on it.
What did you do with it?
I threw it in the garbage.
Okay. State's Exhibit 8E.
Again, just trying to get a little bit better photograph, a little more detail of the powder that was on the seat where he was sitting.
8F.
And that's a close-up of the floor. Again, same powder.
In what position was the defendant seated relative to what we're looking at here?
So this would have been where his feet were seated on the floor.
Okay. And 8G.
Again, I know this wasn't in there at the start of my shift. It was there. I did not detect any powder on it.
Okay.
Threw it away.
Okay. 8H.
I wasn't sure exactly if that was powder as well when I took this photo, but again, I knew there was some here.
Now, this was after the collection of those swabs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were any of these substances swabbed for analysis?
These were not.
Okay. Yes, sir.
What exhibit was that?
I'm
Eight.
sorry.
What exhibit?
I turned that off, Judge.
It was 8 something.
8.
That last one was 8H.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Now, so I asked you questions earlier about having an operational video camera that points towards your back seat inside your cruiser. Remember that?
Yes,
You said you did have such a camera, right?
correct.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I confer with defense counsel for a moment? Thank you. This is that one. All right. State's Exhibit 12. I'm handing you State's Exhibit 12. Okay?
Okay.
Take a look at it. You recognize State's Exhibit 12?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the rearward-facing backseat camera, cruiser camera, if you will, that's in the back of my vehicle.
Okay, so after you observed that powder, did you review the video to see where maybe it came from?
Yes.
Okay. And in anticipation of trial, did you review a clip of that backseat video that is relevant to that question?
Yes.
Is that video clip contained on the DVD that is State's Exhibit 12?
Yes.
Okay. Does the video clip on State's Exhibit 12 fairly and accurately depict that which it purports to?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 12, Your Honor.
Objection? 12 will be admitted. intending to play that?
I do, Your Honor. I'm going to get it up. Now, Officer Brodzinski, is there an audio component to this?
There is.
All right, when you reviewed it, were you looking specifically more at the audio or the video?
No, the video.
Okay. And what is what are we looking for here on this video?
Just trying to determine if I could locate what the source was of the powder that was in the back seat.
For purposes of the record, Your Honor, this file is titled 21.20 to 26.25. That's about how long it is, and I'm just going to let it play.
Hang on one second. Can you tell us how we're looking at this?
Oh.
Not picturing that, but just from the front to the back, or?
Forgive me, Your Honor. Officer Brodzinski, I asked you about the camera. What is the orientation of this camera view?
What's the word I was looking for?
Yeah, so this is from the partition that's in between the front and the back seat, facing toward the back seat. And then what you see here is again, another partition, and then that's the back of my Ford Explorer where
That's what I was confused.
my gear
There's
is.
2 partitions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that's the trunk, and actually we're going to see you open up that trunk in a minute here, right?
Correct.
All right, is this the portion of the video prior to you doing the search?
Yes,
Okay, so you're getting some gear together, is that right?
correct.
So this is the back seat.
It is.
And this person who is depicted in the right-hand portion of this video, who is that?
That's the suspect, Levon Stanley.
Okay, that's the defendant over here.
Yes.
I'm pressing play, Your Honor.
Okay.
Actually, it's hard.
You right there?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm going to jail. Let me know what's up, man. This is crazy. Like, for real, this is crazy, man. It's crazy, man. I ain't gonna talk. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. For what? Get it, man. I ain't even gonna get it. For what, though? For what? For what? Like, let me know for what? Like, I don't even know for what. Literally. For what? For what? For what?
9120 Bill with King Adam Memorial, 3095.
For what? You want to know? For what? But alright. That's crazy though, but alright. For what though?
Great, if you query, need his information, get more information and public.
It's crazy, man.
I'll be sending it now.
It's crazy, man. It's not cool, man. It's not cool. This is Nick. This is Nick. Nick, man. What? What? For what? That's crazy, man. I'm lit. So bad, man. Every time I drive somewhere.
set. Driver's license, Union 0101311.
It's crazy.
Oh, I have it. Very primary.
Three.
Very primary news. That's a lot of parties about it. Just carry on.
We got it. There's no one related to
Kevin.
Oh.
Officer Brodzinski, what is the significance of that video clip in your investigation?
Did not see any particular container or anything that showed or that he removed from a pocket or anywhere else.
Okay, what did you see?
It looked to me like the powder that I observed in the back seat was likely from his clothing.
Did it appear to you that there was particular matter in the back of your cruiser as the defendant moved about?
Yes.
The videos that were depicted here in the state's exhibits, the photographs, the testimony, the driving, the stop, everything that we have presented evidence-wise today, did that all occur in Lake County, Ohio, sir?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
You may.
Now, Officer Brodzinski, those envelopes that contain the swabs, they were forwarded to the Lake County Crime Lab for analysis, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you. Mr. Deeb, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Brodzinski, I'm Tim Deeb. We've met before.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's our first time to really talk about this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's first start at the beginning. You've had quite a career, going from baseball, school, military, to being a police officer. How long had you been away from your FTO at the time of this stop?
Roughly 2 months.
You've been on the job for 2 months, correct?
Is that correct? So I finished my FTO training, I see, December. December 16th is when I was officially cleared, completed FTO.
December 6th?
December 16th of 2022.
I thought on March 7th you became a full-time police officer.
Correct. But December 16th I was hired part-time, completed FTO from Mentor on the Lake PD.
Okay.
So I was out patrolling as a part-time officer at that time.
What is a part-time officer? What are the hours?
I worked 120 hours every 2 weeks. Some weeks were more, some weeks were less. But immediately when I finished FTO,
Wait,
yes,
120 hours every 2 weeks?
correct.
Part-time?
Part-time,
That's 60 hours a week.
correct.
We all had the same reaction.
As soon as I get completed FTO, There were about 6 guys going on vacation, and there were several pay periods over 120 hours.
So that was from March of 2022, or from August when you got your certificate. That's when you started doing that was the part-time for Eastlake and for Mentor Lake?
Correct. At Eastlake, I was primarily just working as a school resource officer,
Okay.
part-time.
Where were you in SRO?
At Eastlake North, and also work at Eastlake Middle.
You went through, your prep work to go on the road is extensive. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Now, with your car that day, do you wipe it down after you're done?
At the end of the shift?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. This car that's assigned to you, who else uses it?
At the time, there were several other officers assigned to it. I don't necessarily know because the turnover rate has been particularly high, but I know there was more than me that was assigned to that vehicle.
But with your prep work, you knew it was absolutely clean when you got into it?
Because of the fact there's so many people that use that car, I make sure that when I get into it,
That way nothing falls on you?
no surprises. Right.
No surprises. So, when you pulled him over, and he was slow to stop, at some point you call in for another unit.
Correct.
Why was that?
Because he was slow to stop. The vehicle had crossed the double yellow line on 2 different occasions. And I, again, wasn't sure exactly what I was going to be dealing with.
Now, during that time, when you're following that vehicle, you don't see anything come out of that vehicle until you see that smoke, correct?
Correct.
So during the time when he's driving, or after he comes to the stop sign, then he goes a little bit, and then he pauses, then he goes again. During that time, you have full view of his vehicle, and nothing comes out of it.
Correct.
Is that something you were looking for?
To be honest, I was looking for anything. I was trying to determine exactly what's happening.
What did you know at that point?
Just that I had a driver that was not pulling over, that was not stopping, and that was driving erratically.
That's fair. And then, just to make sure you knew everything possible, you wanted to make sure that the reason for this isn't something's flying out of the car, he's not doing anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you say you saw a cloud of smoke, or a puff of smoke.
Correct.
Now, you thought it was cigarette smoke. Would a powder versus cigarette smoke be different? And I'm thinking of like a LeBron James with his talcum powder. How would the clouds be different? Do you know?
I don't know. The reason I described it as cigarette smoke is that it looked like to me when you used to be able to smoke in a bar and you would see that kind of cloud inside. That's what it looked like to me.
Do you smoke?
I do not.
But you've seen enough people smoke?
Yes.
Okay. Now, cigarette smoke can typically go up, correct?
Sure.
How would marijuana smoke from a blunt or from a joint or from any other kind of smoking device, how would that be different from cigarette smoke?
I wouldn't imagine that it is.
Now, with the powder, you would think that would be more of a heavier material, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you see this go up and over the car.
Right.
That's what you said?
Yes.
You were looking for anything because the car hadn't pulled over as quickly as you thought it should. So one of the main things you're looking for is what's going on in that car, right?
Right.
And there was no movement in that car.
Not that I could see.
Now, how do you think he would have done this investigating to try and figure out.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may answer that, sir.
So as I stated, I didn't know if the driver was having a medical issue, if he had dropped his phone and was trying to retrieve it, or again, if he was perhaps impaired by alcohol. So,
If he dropped his phone, you would have seen him moving around, bending down, right?
right, but the windows were tinted, it was dark.
The windows were tinted?
The back window,
You could see through the vehicle, correct?
no, not necessarily. That's what I was looking for when the vehicle ultimately stopped, was to look to see if I could see movement in there. But I didn't see any movement. The windows were dark.
Okay. Now, if there was no other person in the vehicle other than Mr. Stanley,
Right.
how would something get out the passenger window?
Again, I could speculate that something got thrown out the window. I mean, that's what I believe happened.
And you don't think that you would see an arm going over?
Again, dark tinted windows. I mean, you could see from the dash cam that it was difficult to see. There were no street lights at all.
Fair enough. But there's no powder on the interior of that passenger window.
Ask
Correct?
a question.
I don't recall seeing any there. Yeah, it was on the top of the window
It's on the top?
and on the outside.
Inside? On
The door frame on the inside,
but nothing on the interior of that vehicle?
on the window, you said.
Inside the vehicle? Vehicle window, inside of that?
Right.
Okay. You're saying that you thought someone threw something out? No packaging whatsoever was found, correct?
That's correct.
You call it a zip or a tie-off?
Tie-off is the term that I've heard others use.
What kind of container would you expect to find?
A cellophane wrapper, if you will, similar to a Ziploc bag, sandwich bag, something like that.
With your training, they go over different types of drugs, correct?
Correct.
And what they look like so you could visually identify them if you see them when you're on shift?
In the academy, I would just say that it's limited, and that has been my experience.
Well, cocaine is typically more solid. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Even though we think of it as a powder, that's why you see people with credit cards or razors.
Right.
Isn't heroin and fentanyl very similar?
It's a little less granular.
But it is granular.
Yes.
It's not like we think of a talcum powder.
Correct.
How come we don't have the fentanyl with us today?
Because it's a dangerous drug, and someone at the court has determined that the risk does not outweigh the benefit of bringing it in, right?
You were told not to bring it in because it's not wanted here, right?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to take it into the prosecutor's office to review it before the trial?
No.
Why not?
Same thing. It's high risk.
What is your training with fentanyl? Do they teach you that this is an extremely dangerous drug and you don't want to come into contact with it at all?
Yes.
And if there's any idea or chance that that be the case, what is your protocol for dealing with it?
We would take precautions, wear personal protective gear.
Like a mask and gloves?
Right.
And on this occasion, you weren't wearing either during the first couple minutes of this stop, correct?
During the initial approach, we would never put gloves and a mask on.
Okay. But if you don't know what you're getting into, wouldn't that be something that would protect you?
I could also put a helmet and bulletproof vest on again, but that's not.
Okay. You expected to go up and see someone smoking. Would that be fair to say?
I thought maybe, again, cigarette smoke was what I was suspecting.
So when he told you what he was doing, it made perfect sense, correct?
Except for it just didn't account for his driving, but yes.
Okay. Him smoking, you say you see a cloud of smoke, he admits to the blunt right there. I mean, everything makes perfect sense, correct?
Except for the amount of time it took to stop, the length of the time that it took to stop. I would agree that the puff of smoke that came out the driver's side window could account for that blunt, which he had said he had smoked, was not lit. There was no ash anywhere inside the vehicle.
Now, from your standing outside of the vehicle, when we look at your dash cam, you can see that there's that something's in the air, up beyond midges. And what's the other, mayflies?
Yes.
Besides those, you see stuff's in the air, correct?
Right.
What did you believe that was at that time?
Are we talking about the particulate that I saw? I initially thought maybe cocaine.
In fact, to take it one step further on that, didn't you tell Lieutenant Messenger that at one point your heart was pounding?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be something that would happen with exposure to cocaine, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, we don't have any cocaine, right?
No.
Why were you feeling that sensation at that time? Do you know?
I would guess from the exposure, because it was in the air, in the elements. I felt a little burning in the back of my throat. Told her that my heart was pounding. Again, not knowing what it was, in the case that it was fentanyl, at least she would know that I was experiencing some kind of symptoms.
You kind of say it with a chuckle. My heart's pounding. Isn't that how you say it?
Hang on a second, hang on.
Yeah, I just needed to hear.
Repeat that question,
Oh,
please.
they separate. The effects on a
Wait, you want
person.
to ask that question again?
Oh, did you?
She didn't hear the question you asked, and he didn't answer it. Approach for a second.
I forgot what the question was.
Approach for a second. I remember.
I was.
Yeah, right. You remember that? Well, that's. I just don't comment. You don't. Thank you. Just for the record, I advised Mr. Deeb what the question was. So if you want to ask it again, because I don't think he answered it either. If you want to move on, you can move on. Whatever you want to do, Mr. Deeb.
Thank you, Judge. I was taken aback and I lost my train of thought for a second. But when you made that statement, you said it with kind of a chuckle, correct?
It was a bit of excitement, and I think a bit of a nervous chuckle, because again, I didn't know if I was experiencing any of the symptoms. I just wasn't sure what was going on. It definitely was not adrenaline, though.
And you also said at some point, I don't want to snort this stuff, or something to that effect, correct?
I do not recall that at all.
You don't recall around the vehicle you said to Lieutenant Messenger, I don't want to snort any of this stuff?
No, I do not recall that.
Okay. If it was on the video is what it is, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Now, going back to the stop, when he was interacting with you, how long did it take for Lieutenant Messenger to come up to the passenger side?
I believe she was in there probably within the first 10 to 15 seconds.
And during that time period, he didn't give you any cause, him personally, didn't give you any cause for any concern, correct?
No.
Valid driver's license, didn't appear that he had anything in the car, other than the fact that he was sweating, right?
And the powder that was all over.
I'm just talking about him specifically.
Yeah, he didn't, again, not knowing what I went into, but no, he was polite, he was cooperative, handed me his driver's license, handed me his proof of insurance.
Now, you don't mention anything in this initial stop about any impairment except you asked him if he had any alcohol, correct?
I asked him about the blunts between the seat because I could detect the odor of marijuana. I asked him if he had also been drinking. In my experience, sometimes folks are combining those two. Advised him of the reason for the stop was the failure to dim the bright lights.
And you could obviously smell the marijuana, right?
Absolutely.
And he admitted that freely.
He did. Yeah, he showed it to
In
me.
fact, just, yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Did you believe him when he said, I was smoking?
The blunts?
Yes.
Yes.
And you believe that he had smoked them seconds before you came to the car?
I didn't say that. I don't believe he was smoking them seconds before the car because, again, I didn't find any ash in between the seats. And that particular blunt was not lit. There was only one that was there.
But there was an overwhelming odor of marijuana? Burnt marijuana?
Burnt marijuana, correct.
You had mentioned that you were concerned about whether or not you would be impaired. Was that because of the time of night or because of the emission of marijuana?
No, it's because it took him 1 minute and 45 seconds approximately to stop, and he drove an additional half mile after I activated my lights before he stopped, crossed the double yellow line, and stopped 3 different times before we came to a complete stop.
Okay. Now, given all of that, what did you do to check his impairment?
So when I went up to the window, right off the rip, he told me that he was nervous, which I can understand. His speech was not slurred. His eyes weren't glossy. His face wasn't flush. I had no indications at all of any kind of impairment.
Now, you'd ask him why he was sweating so much.
Correct.
His response was that he was just came from basketball.
Correct.
Okay. And given the way he looked and what he had just told you he was just doing, the response was appropriate, correct?
I would agree.
And like you said, people are nervous when they get pulled over.
Sure.
And we watch in the back seat there, when you have him sitting in the back seat, did you guys tell him what you were doing?
Lieutenant Messenger had a conversation with him about the process.
But you guys didn't tell him you were going to be swabbing his car and
Lieutenant Messenger told him about that process.
Are you sure that Lieutenant Messenger told
Absolutely.
him prior to him being in there?
Yes.
Didn't you tell him that you were going to search his car?
Yes.
Okay. And he is just concerned about, why am I being hassled? That's basically what's going on in the backseat of your patrol car when he's sitting there, correct?
Correct.
And that's not what he says, but that's the gist of how he's reacting, right?
Sure.
He doesn't seem concerned about what you guys are doing, except for the fact that he's like, for what? Correct?
He has to make a phone call, if I remember, to someone.
Okay. Now, I want to play that video of the traffic stop, and I only want to see the first couple seconds of where you're both stopped. Okay, where he stops, you stop behind him, and then up until the point where you approach the car.
Okay.
Will you indulge me?
Sure.
Your Honor, if I may?
What do you want?
One wants the very first, the second video. He approaches the car.
Let me know when you're set, Mr. Dean.
Are you talking about body work cam or cruiser cam?
Cruiser.
This is right.
Yes, that's the one. We're ready, Your Honor.
Wait. Where do you want? 250. Tell me when to stop, because I can't see that tiny right. Here, you do it. Yeah. You want to say what exhibit it is and all that stuff.
Now, I'm showing you what has been marked as,
It's 2, Tim.
is it 2?
Yeah, it's 2.
Is it 2C?
It's 2.
It's
Part
2.
Exhibit,
Right?
Exhibit 2, sorry. I know I had marked it down, I apologize.
It's all right.
Showing you Exhibit 2. Do you recall reviewing this with the prosecutor when he was asking you questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where are we at this point in the overall interaction between you and Mr. Stanley?
We have not interacted yet.
Okay. Now, I have this queued up at 2 minutes and 9 seconds at this point. Can you see that on the VLC counter in the bottom left?
Yes, sir.
And you had said before, I think it was 2:17.
Correct.
Is when you see this puff of smoke.
Right.
I'm going to play it now, and I want you to tell me when you see it. Okay?
Okay.
And I don't want you to look at the timer. I just want you to tell me when you see it.
Right.
I'm playing now.
I don't believe I observed it.
Okay. I stopped it. Your Honor, that's all I wanted to show.
Stopped it at 2:24 for the record.
Okay. I stopped the video at 2:24. Thank you, Your Honor. I played from 2:09 to 2:24. And that's just the regular video that, from the vantage point that you had that night, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's very, very difficult to see any smoke, correct?
From the video, yes.
Now also, with your flashing lights and the video that you showed earlier when it was blown up, wasn't it possible to see inside the vehicle, the way you guys had blown it up?
Again, the tinted windows?
Okay. So you believe that you couldn't have seen inside?
Correct.
All right. Now, you were on scene, you were there at the minivan, you were there while Mr. Stanley was sitting inside the vehicle.
Correct.
Do you believe that he could stick his arm outside of the vehicle on the passenger side from his seated position in the driver's seat?
No.
And you never found any packaging of any kind for any illicit drugs, other than some marijuana stuff, correct?
Correct.
And you said you would expect to see some packaging if there were fentanyl, cocaine, heroin, anything like that, right?
Correct.
Right. Now, how would he have been able to throw something outside of the vehicle in a form like that if it was heroin?
Objection, Your Honor.
Would he have?
Sustained.
Now, in order for him, you say he's tampering with evidence and you believe he threw it outside of his car. Is that fair to say?
Fair.
Okay. So he would have had to put it in his hand and throw it? Would that be fair?
Sure.
Okay. And on his hands, you didn't observe anything that was suspicious, correct?
Are you asking if he had powder on his hands?
There was nothing on his hands that was suspicious, correct?
I did not see any powder on his hands, if that's what you're asking me.
Well, you're limiting it to powder. Was there anything else on his hands that seemed suspicious?
Not that I observed.
So he had nothing on his hands that was suspicious, including any powder or anything that would have led to you stating that he had powder on his hands. Because you're very clear that he has powder in different locations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point during this whole investigation, you were on scene for roughly, what, an hour and 20 minutes? Does that sound correct?
I don't recall.
Was it over an hour?
I wouldn't want to speculate. It could have been.
Is there a way that you would track that? Would you track the time, like, such as the time of the stop and then the time that you're cleared from the scene?
Yeah, dispatch would have all the radio traffic, and we would call into them when we're clear.
Would that be something that would be included in your police report?
There should be a copy of the CAD report with that.
So I'd like to ask, what time did you leave the scene?
I don't recall. This is 2 years ago.
Your Honor, if I may approach to refresh this recollection.
Sure.
Officer, I'm giving you this piece of paper. Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
Review that? Could you review that?
Well, what is it, just for the record?
Question again. It is the
Oh,
first
no,
page.
that, you can answer that.
This is a copy of the incident report that was submitted along with the official report. So it's the front page.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Duke.
When you review that, are you able to refresh your recollection of when you were at the scene?
Yes.
Having your recollection refreshed, at what time do you believe you left the scene?
Approximately an hour after the stop.
So during that time period, you went through his vehicle extensively, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At what point did you get him out? About 5 to 7 minutes after the stop?
Again, I don't recall,
You know,
but approximately I would say that that's accurate.
And I'm not pigeonholing you to that time period, but it was a short period of time. And then after that, he remained in the rear of your vehicle.
Correct.
You mentioned that he had a child seat in the vehicle. That isn't true, is it?
In the
minivan.
In the minivan, in the back seat, there was
Way back?
correct, a booster seat,
Oh, yeah.
I believe is what they call them nowadays.
Oh, so not on the seat. You're talking about in the
No,
back.
it was in the seat, sitting on that third row seat. There was a child booster seat, is how I would describe it.
Okay, not in the. We have the front seats, we have the middle seats, and then the third row.
Correct.
Okay.
In that third row.
So they weren't in the second row.
No,
Okay.
no.
Thought I had you.
And is that the right term, booster seat? Is that what the kids call it these
We're
days?
going to go with it.
Okay.
Okay, it seems to make sense to everyone.
Not a full infant seat.
Now, during this time, you can breathe in all the particulates that are in the air. You have your bare hands. You touch certain things that he gives you. You put your hand on the car at one point. At this point, none of it's concerning for you, correct?
Again, at that point, I had no idea what we were dealing with.
Now, you had mentioned before that you had a burning in your throat, and when you said your heart was pounding.
Yes.
Wouldn't you think that that would be something important to include in your recollection of events?
Not necessarily, because, again, we didn't know what that particular substance was. And perhaps it was just adrenaline that I was feeling.
But you would have put that in your report. That's something that's important that you would have put in, right?
Objection.
Already answered it.
Overruled. You may answer that.
You can answer that.
The question was, would I have included that in my report if I had been likely?
That's a good answer, likely. No one can tell for sure. But you didn't have any other effects at all after this. You would have included those in your report once you found out that the test came back positive for fentanyl, correct? If you had, strike that question. If you were having some negative effects, say an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, and you would have written a supplement once you found out that this came back as fentanyl, because that would have been important, correct?
If I had been experiencing the effects of anything several hours later, I would have gone to the hospital and then written a supplement for possible injury on duty.
And that didn't occur, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't have any effects like that, correct?
No, I did not.
Going through the entire vehicle, did you find anything that would constitute contraband?
No. Right next to the cigar, initially, which is what he had showed me, there was a pack of CBD gummies. There was a pack of, I believe it's CBD flour, it's a retail packaging. So there were 2 packages of those next to the marijuana cigar.
That's not contraband, correct?
It is contraband.
CBD?
We do confiscate it, ends up getting discarded.
But it's not illegal to possess CBD, is it?
I don't know the parameters of CBD. All I can tell you is that Lieutenant Messenger, being a drug recognition expert, said that was getting confiscated.
But that doesn't mean it's illegal, correct?
Correct.
It just means that she told you to collect that. And we can ask her some questions.
Sure.
potentially. Okay. So beyond that,
Nothing else.
the marijuana that you mentioned before, was there anything else found in that car that you believe led to incriminating evidence of any crime?
No.
And I'm taking out the powder, taking out
Right.
the marijuana, anything else?
No.
Okay. Now, he had $1,500 on him in $100 bills, correct?
Correct.
And you guys seized that, correct?
Correct.
Those 3 phones that you found in his possession, you guys kept those, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that's why he wasn't able to make a phone call. He had to ask you to make a phone call, correct?
Correct.
And he was allowed to make a supervised phone call by, was it you or Lieutenant Messenger holding the phone and letting him talk to somebody?
Yeah, Lieutenant Messenger is the one that spoke with him about that, and I believe permitted him to make the phone call. It was not me.
Okay, I thought you were right there. I wasn't sure if it was you
Yeah,
or her, but
I was not there.
essentially he was not allowed to handle his phones, correct?
Again, she handled that, so I don't believe, because when I was taking additional pictures, I know she went back to the vehicle to speak with him.
Do you know if those...
Can I ask you to approach for 1 second, please? Or, I am Mr. DePiro, I'm sorry. Talk about the case with each other, with anyone else? Don't want to talk about it with you or in your presence, no investigating or researching any issues involved in this case. So let's take about a 10-minute break and then we'll start back up. All rise.
When I was looking, one of the videos is an hour, and the other one's an hour and 19 minutes. For your body cam.
Okay.
That's why I thought that was the time that they put in when you called, that you're off the scene.
Oh, I think TOC stands for timeline.
may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. Hope you had a good break. Officer, you ready to continue?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. So, when you have him in the back of your car, and we watched that video, I was looking at the picture, and the picture looks like it's almost not, the foot area is not long enough for his foot to really move around. Is that correct?
It's pretty compact in that back seat.
Okay, and that smudge that you said you didn't know what it was is probably because his foot's jammed in there and that's the toe of his, okay.
Most likely.
When I look at the pictures you took, how come you didn't test any of that?
Don't have a good reason.
Because there's actual chunks in there. When you look at those pictures, there's, not big, but they're solid little chunks, correct?
I could review the pictures. I would agree if that's what you're saying.
If I were to show you the pictures, would that help?
Sure, I don't remember seeing any large chunks, but
I apologize, I pushed without permission.
No, sorry, you're fine.
Showing you what has already been previously marked and admitted as exhibits 8D, E, and F. When you look at that, do you see that there's small little chunks? We're not talking about a powder. It's more of a little chunk, correct?
can I clarify with you that we're looking at the same thing? Is this what we're talking about? These?
You can go up there if you need
Well, I
to.
wanted everyone to see what he's pointing out.
Oh, there's just,
So
are we,
we're pointing out-
we're talking about these specs? Is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
I guess to me, in retrospect, looking back at the photo, I don't know that it looks any different than the powder, but I would agree that maybe it's perhaps a little more granular. Would that be appropriate?
It's a good way to put it. It's more of a granular, put together piece than just dust, correct?
Correct.
I also would like you to take a look at it, State's Exhibit 5D, if you would.
Okay.
Recall what that is a picture of?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the passenger side door of the defendant's vehicle.
Between the sliding door and the front passenger door?
You want to put it on screen?
Oh, you know what, actually, yes. If you,
On
Good.
screen.
it's 5D.
All set?
No, it's just taking a second to open up, Judge.
Sorry.
Now it is ready, Your Honor. Is that right? 5D.
Now that's a picture of the pillar between the sliding door and the front door, correct?
It's the passenger door is open. That's what we're looking at. That's the front right
okay.
tire.
But that's not my point, but thank you for pointing that out. I was incorrect. Now, doesn't it appear that there are smudges in that powder? Do you have that point?
He's got it.
Supervisor,
Get that?
Oh, yeah.
You see what I'm pointing at in the middle of the pillar?
Right.
Right here? It's like right here?
Okay.
It's like smudges in that dust, correct?
Appears to be something, yes.
At that point, those aren't swab marks, correct?
No.
pointing your attention to exhibits 5R and 5S. Okay. And I had it put up on the screen for you, Officer President.
It's fine, I can see it here.
Okay. Now, there's almost nothing on that black bar, correct?
I would tell you on my monitor, I can see it. I don't know if,
All right, there's a minuscule amount on the front of that black bar, correct?
I would say the concentration is not as much as what you're seeing on the roof, but I can see it again in my monitor that it's on there. It's just not as much.
Okay. And from the interior of the vehicle, was able to get it and have it go all the way around over that and into the middle of the hood or the roof?
Objection, Your Honor. Question.
Sustained.
Is it your belief? I'll step back. I don't want to yell at you. Is it your belief that he threw something out his window, which were illegal drugs, and then it went right over that black bar and onto the roof of his car, bypassing that bar?
Yes,
Okay. Is it also your belief that he threw something out of his parked car and it went all over the front of his vehicle and down the front windshield? Is that your position?
yes.
Could you explain how you believe that happened, if that's what your position is?
At some point, that powder had to have gotten there, and all I can tell you is I saw that puff when I pulled up and he stopped his vehicle.
So the answer is you don't know, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So,
Well, overrule.
so you gave me an answer that, based on some of the other factors, that's how you believe it happened, but you have no idea how it got there. You can't explain it, correct?
I believe that's how it occurred.
Now, when you saw the puff of smoke, the vehicle was completely stopped, correct?
Yes, the brake lights were on, yes.
Now, it did come to a complete stop at least 2 seconds prior to that puff of smoke. And we watched from 209 to 224. The vehicle was stationary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it's not like we have wind blowing in the face, correct?
There was wind that evening.
Okay. Now we see the midges flying around and everything. I mean, it doesn't appear that wind's a factor that night, correct?
I don't know that I can say if it was a factor or not. I do recall it being windy on occasion that night, though.
Windy on occasion, all right. So it's your belief that he threw so much powder out of that window without gloves, because you didn't find any gloves, that it settled in a very thick fashion on the front of his vehicle and on the top of his vehicle, even though he was doing it from the interior out, correct? That's what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And there's no powder on the interior side of that passenger front window, the passenger doors, interior side of the window.
No, it's on the door and the outside of the window.
Okay. Now, if the pictures you have show that it was thrown out and it just settled all over the front, wouldn't it stand to reason that it would be on the interior of the window also?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So there's no doubt that there's powder in the car, but if it wasn't for that puff of smoke, would you have any idea when that would have occurred?
Objection.
Overrule.
Could you repeat the question?
Okay, I'll rephrase it for you, okay? Now, you believe that because you saw that puff of smoke, he must have thrown something out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. take that puff of smoke out. We still have the powder in the car. Would you have any idea how long it had been there?
I would state probably recently, because that probably would have flown off his car when he was traveling from Collinwood to Menor on the Lake.
There are a lot of probablys in there. Probably, right? You're not sure? Is that what you're saying?
I don't believe that there would be that quantity that's on the roof or that was on the windshield that was located if he had driven from Collinwood to Menor on the Lake on the highway. That a large component of that would have blown off and it wouldn't be there.
So in the summertime, say when we have pollen, we have all kinds of dust in the air in the spring, does your car stay perfectly clean?
No, no one's does.
It gets dust and stuff on it, correct?
Sure,
And when you drive it, it doesn't go away.
I would disagree.
So you drive your car and it just comes clean again?
Not totally, but I would say that some of it comes off as you're driving on the highway at highway speeds.
So could this car have had more dust on it? He just drove a good portion of it off?
Objection.
Sustained.
Going to the end of let's go to his cell phones, okay? You know that they were seized by your department, correct?
Correct.
Did you put them in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened with those phones? Let me ask you a different question. Were the contents of those phones known to the Menor Lake Police Department?
Yes.
And there is no evidence of any drug trafficking, drug deals, drug information on those phones whatsoever. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, did you and your partner speculate that he might be selling drugs?
Yes.
You see, he's $1,500 of his and his phones. So you guys believe that without knowing more, this may be something that we believe he's trafficking, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience training, typically nowadays, isn't information available on your cell phone if you are making transactions and setting them up through your phone?
I would believe so, but I'm not a tech guy, so.
Do you expect to find evidence of something like that on his phone?
I would think text messages or emails or something like that.
Exactly, that's why you seized his phones, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that proves, that, well, he had no ability to play with his phones or know that you guys were going to take them, correct?
He was made aware that those phones were being confiscated.
Okay. But at that point, he had no time to fiddle with his phone, play with it, get rid of information.
Oh, correct. Correct.
Okay. So they were in his pocket.
Right.
Okay. So he wasn't playing with them or doing anything, right?
No.
Okay. Now, when you turn on your overhead lights, you were investigating a traffic situation, right?
Correct.
What was your expectation at that point? Give him a citation, let him go on?
No, it's a very minor citation. I would have given him just a verbal warning for failure to dim lights.
And then, based on his driving, you thought maybe he was impaired, correct?
Impaired, dropped his phone, having a medical issue, something like that.
Okay. Hunter, if I may just have a brief moment.
You may.
Officer, you took pictures of that center console where the blunt was, the cologne,
Correct.
no dust or particulates there, correct?
No ash from the cigar or any powder at all.
You wanted to add that, but there's nothing in there, right?
Correct.
Okay. Wouldn't you believe that if it's all over the car, wouldn't it be there also?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, on the passenger floor of the car, there was no powder, correct? The passenger, front passenger compartment.
The floor in front of the passenger seat.
Yes.
I do not recall seeing any there.
What would you have done had you seen it there?
We
Take a picture?
Sure.
Swabbed it?
Sure.
And do you have those?
No.
So it stands to reason, and I know this was a while ago, but if you would have saw something there, you would have documented it.
Correct.
Okay. And in the front center console, right in front of where the blunt was found, nothing where the heater, radio, that sort of area is?
No.
What about on the dash?
There was some on the dashboard.
There was some on the dashboard?
There was.
Okay. Based on what you saw from the vehicle and being there that night, can you explain how there would be no dust in those 2 areas, or 3 areas, but in all the other ones?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination, Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Officer Brodzinski, Mr. Deeb asked you some questions about when you were following the defendant's vehicle and he wasn't stopped. Okay. Remember?
Correct.
And he asked you, what were you looking for? Did you see a baggie fly out? And you testified, no, you did not, right?
Correct.
And he said, what were you looking for? And you said, everything. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Okay. As a police officer initiating a traffic stop under those conditions, did you know what you were going to be confronted with when you approached his vehicle?
I had absolutely no idea.
Okay. So were you watching particularly carefully under those circumstances?
Yes.
And are those the circumstances under which you saw in real life this puff of smoke go over the top of his car?
Correct.
And when you saw that in real life, did you call it out over dispatch?
Over my radio, correct.
You characterized it as a puff of cigarette smoke at the time, didn't you, sir?
Correct.
After you investigated this case and you saw what was all over the windshield of his car, do you still think that that was cigarette smoke?
I do not.
Mr. Deeb had some questions for you regarding fentanyl and its stickiness. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay, particularly, Mr. Deeb showed you a picture of the side rail of the passenger side, and he talked about some smudges there. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Remember that picture?
Yes.
Do you know anything about the properties of fentanyl sticking to fingerprints or other substances?
It sticks to a lot of stuff.
Okay, but you don't know what it sticks to, do you?
No.
Okay. Mr. Deeb had a number of questions for you regarding the location of the powder that was on the interior of the vehicle. Do you remember those questions, sir?
Yes.
And Mr. Deeb asked you about how you didn't see any powder on the inside of that passenger side window. Do you remember that?
Correct.
All right. Where on the passenger side interior of the vehicle did you see powder?
On the armrest, on the entire interior of the door, and on the top part of the door panel, right where it meets the window.
Okay. And those are depicted in the state's exhibits, aren't they, sir?
Yes.
And if I may, Your Honor, I'd like to put some of those on screen. I put up 5D here. D as in David. This is the picture Mr. Deeb asked you about the smudges. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving on to 5E, when you were testifying, I'm sorry, I'm going to close this and open it again, Your Honor. It's not cooperating with me. 5D, 5E, it's still not. Do it again. Okay, just zooming in a bit here. You testified on direct examination that there was powder on the top of the window portion on the driver's side. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
Is that what we're seeing here in State's Exhibit 5E on the top?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And as I proceed, you testified that there was powder on the inside of that front passenger door. Is that what we're looking at here in 5F?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified particularly about the armrest. As I zoom in here, is this the part that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as we zoom in towards where the door handle is that the part that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right, and where is that door handle in relation to the window of the car? As we look at this picture, where's the window? It's not pictured here, is it?
No.
Where would it be?
Directly above it?
Right there, right? Now, looking at 5G, is this a close-up of 5F is what you testified on direct, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, just zooming in, we see some white stuff here. What's that?
It's that same powder.
Okay. Sir, I asked you on direct, what was the condition of the window as you approached the car? You said that you didn't know that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know the position of that window as the defendant was driving it, whether it was up or down?
I do not know.
5H, another front passenger armrest, is that right, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so there is, and I'm going to turn that off now, Judge. There are photographs that depict that there is that powder on the passenger side of the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in relation, Mr. Deeb asked you some questions about whether or not there was any powder on the passenger floor. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your answer?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Not down here, right?
Right.
Where's the armrest in relation to the floor?
Above it.
Okay. And where is the powder depicted elsewhere in that vehicle in relation to the floor?
Above it.
Is there powder on the floor that you see unseen? In any part of that compartment?
I don't remember seeing any there.
Okay.
No.
What about on the driver's side?
There was a little underneath the adjuster.
Okay, that picture of the metal bar, the adjuster.
Correct.
I say you go like this. And did Lieutenant Messenger take a swab of that adjuster?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and actually, just take a look at it real quick right here. Your Honor, State's Exhibit 5T is in Thomas. Is that the adjuster that you're talking about, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and 5T and 5U. Okay, that white stuff that's on the black metal of the adjuster, is that the powder that you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, and you testified that which seat is this in the car?
Driver's side.
That's the driver's side, right? And where was the defendant seated when you approached the car?
In the driver's seat.
So there was powder down there by his feet?
Correct.
All right, isn't that the same location that you found powder in the back seat of your cruiser after the defendant got out?
Yes.
Turning off the picture, Judge. Mr. Deeb asked you some questions about why is the fentanyl not here? Remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Who decided that the evidence was not coming in here? Was that you or me?
That was you.
I just made that decision, right? You had nothing to do with that, did you?
No.
Mr. Deeb had some questions for you regarding the search of the vehicle.
Yes.
And Mr. Deeb asked you if you saw any contraband in the vehicle, and you testified there were some gummies in that, right?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't find a baggie?
No.
Okay. Also, what didn't you find? Ash, correct?
Correct.
Were you looking for ash?
Yes.
Why?
Because he said he was smoking.
Okay. And you were looking for ash, were you looking for a receptacle for ashes?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Did you find anything to indicate that the defendant actually had been recently smoking in that car?
No.
When you collected that marijuana cigar, are you the person who did that?
Yes.
When you picked it up, could you feel the temperature of it?
It was not warm.
Mr. Deeb asked you some questions about, on scene, you did make a comment to Lieutenant Messenger about your heart pounding. Remember he asked you those questions?
Yes.
Okay. It was on video, right?
Yes.
Mr. Deeb asked you about chuckling. Do you remember that?
He did.
Okay. Do you remember that feeling your heart pounding when you're on scene?
Yes.
Did you think it was funny?
No.
Mr. Deeb asked you questions about if you had effects and you felt them hours and hours later, wouldn't you have written a report? And you said, sure, I would have. I would have gone to the hospital, right?
Correct.
After you left the scene, did you continue to feel any sort of effects for any period of time? When you went back to the station?
I don't remember experiencing any of those effects after I went back.
But on scene, you felt it and you commented on it.
Yes.
Forgive me, Your Honor.
Right.
He testified that not knowing what was happening, the condition of the driver, as you approached the vehicle, you were looking at the physical characteristics of the driver, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you noted is that the defendant was sweating, correct?
Yes.
All right. What were the weather conditions that evening?
It was cool. I would estimate between 55 degrees. It was a cooler evening for May.
Okay. So did the fact that the defendant was sweating have any significance to you in your investigation?
To me, it was a bit, again, it's just another one of those factors.
I don't know what that means.
It was an additional suspicion that I had.
Why?
Because it was colder out, and he was wearing a t-shirt.
Okay. He didn't have his jacket on, right?
Did not.
Okay. Where was his jacket?
It was on the passenger seat.
When he got out of the vehicle, was the defendant wearing his jacket at that point?
He did put his jacket on,
So
yes.
he put it on when he was in the car, right?
As he was exiting, yes. Or before he exited, yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Recross-examination. Excuse me.
Officer Brodzinski, at what point did you finally address the marijuana blunt?
In terms of,
When did you touch it?
when did I touch it? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
When I came back up to the front of the car, after he was in the back seat of my car, and I came back up to collect the evidence.
Okay. Now, it being cool, it was at least, what, maybe 5 to 10 minutes after he would have smoked it if he was smoking it?
Approximately,
Okay, so it'd be cool, right?
yes.
Okay. And as far as ash goes, what could he have been doing with the ash?
Objection,
What was your
Your Honor.
question?
Yeah.
What could he have been doing with the ash?
What could,
What could he have been doing with the ash?
I'm not objecting.
Was there,
you're objecting or not?
I am.
Okay.
Sustained.
could he have ashed out the window?
Objection.
Overruled.
He could have.
Okay. Could it have been into the floor, into the carpet? Could the ash have been ground into the carpet?
I suppose that's possible. He's stepping on it as he's ashing in the carpet is what you're...
I don't know. But we had the overwhelming odor of marijuana. He admits to smoking it. And the only thing that you don't find is the ash.
Let's ask a question, please.
So the ash could have been any number of places. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, regardless of who told you not to bring that in here, the fentanyl is extremely dangerous, and that's why we don't want it around. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may return to your seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Coach for a second. Yeah. All right, call your next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The state calls Lieutenant Tina Messenger. So why don't you sit here so I can use that?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor. All right. Pardon me.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury by saying your name and spelling your name.
My name is Lieutenant Tina Messenger. My first name is Tina. My last name is Messinger.
Okay. What do you do for a living, Lieutenant?
I am a police officer with the City of Monroe on the Lake.
Okay. And you hold the rank of lieutenant at this time, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you certified as a peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a police officer?
Going on 13 years.
Always with Men Around the Lake?
Not always.
Where'd you start?
I started in North Randall, and then I worked briefly in North Perry. I've worked at Bracknell Police Department, Painesville City Police Department, and Men Around the Lake Police Department.
Okay. And the other police departments that you were employed as a police officer in, did you work in the capacity of a patrol officer?
Yes.
Okay. When you came to Men Around the Lake Police Department, when was that?
2012 of February.
Okay. And did you enter Men Around the Lake as a patrol officer?
Yes.
How did you achieve the rank of lieutenant?
I started as a part-time police officer in February of 2015 in Men Around the Lake, and then I got full-time in 2019. I got promoted to sergeant in 2020. Pardon me, I have to think about this. 2023, and then I got promoted to lieutenant at the end of 2023.
What are your duties as lieutenant at the Men Around the Lake Police Department?
They vary day to day. I respond to calls for service, for property and, crimes. I also handle administration duties. I collect evidence. I approve reports. I make traffic stops. I respond to calls for service. I do everything essentially that a patrol officer for the City of Monroe Lake would do, even as lieutenant.
Okay, so you do have training and experience in evidence collection, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions about May 23rd, 2023.
Okay.
Okay, were you on duty at that on that day?
Yes, sir.
What time?
I worked midnight shift. At that time, we were on 8-hour shifts, so it would have been from 10 p.m. till 6 p.m. or 6 a.m.
Okay, and when you were on duty, were you wearing a uniform like you're wearing today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with Men Are on the Lake patches on the sleeve and a badge?
Yes.
And were you driving a cruiser when you were on duty?
Yes, sir.
Was it marked cruiser?
Yes.
Did it have lights and sirens on it?
Yes.
Okay. This is, Your Honor, if I may, just these exhibits are out. Thank you. When you were on duty that night, around 11:30 at night, where were you?
I was traveling north on Andrews Road.
Okay, and what were you doing?
I was on patrol, regular patrol, driving through the streets.
Any other Men Are on the Lake officers on duty?
Yes, sir.
At
Yes.
that time? Okay, and that would be Officer Brodzinski, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did there come a point in time that you heard over dispatch that Officer Brodzinski had a traffic stop?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you hear?
I heard that he was attempting to stop a vehicle. He provided the registration, his location. If I do recall, he was saying that the vehicle was very slow to stop. He also advised that the vehicle, that he appeared to see smoke, and that he was attempting to stop this vehicle in question.
Okay, so he relayed his location over dispatch?
Correct.
And you heard that location?
Yes.
Where were you in relation to that location?
I was still on Andrews Road when I initially heard the dispatch, or him call out the traffic stop. I was approaching Salida at that time.
All right, so how far is that?
Without measuring it, I mean,
Pretty close or pretty far?
It's close.
Okay.
It's close proximity.
And having heard, what was your thought when you heard that call out in the dispatch?
When I heard Patrolman Brodzinski get over the radio and call out his location and call out that he was attempting to make a traffic stop, I'm a field training officer. I was also privileged to train Officer Brodzinski. I've worked with him numerous occasions, including that night. I could tell that there was a little distress in his voice, that it was something unusual. It wasn't the typical traffic stop that I've heard him make dozens of times before that. He was...
Well, let me stop you for a minute. And so, having heard that and having that thought, what action did you take?
I immediately turned my cruiser around in the Men Are on the Lake Library parking lot, and I headed immediately to his location.
Now, were you wearing an operational body-worn camera video system?
Yes.
At that time? Okay, and it worked, right?
Yes.
And it was video footage captured of that evening?
Correct.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I positioned my patrol car directly behind Officer Brodzinski's cruiser. I exited my patrol car and I made my approach to the passenger side of the suspect's vehicle.
And what did you do when you got to the passenger side?
I made an approach. I observed the vehicle in park. Officer Brodzinski was at the driver's side of the window conversing with the driver, and I began observing the vehicle, the contents of the vehicle, and the interaction with the driver and Officer Brodzinski.
Okay. Now, was your role on scene to assist Officer Brodzinski in this stop?
Yes.
All right. And you said that that's what you were doing, making those observations. What observations did you actually make? What did you see?
So upon approach, I observed the passenger window to be approximately halfway rolled down. The driver was, he was the only occupant of the vehicle. He was speaking with Officer Brodzinski. While he was speaking with Officer Brodzinski, I noticed in plain view a partially smoked hand-rolled marijuana cigarette. I smelled the odor of burnt marijuana from the passenger side window. I also observed the driver to be showing nervous-like behavior. He was sweating profusely, his hands were shaking, and there was rapid breathing.
Okay. Sir, I'll ask for continuing permission to approach this.
You may.
Lieutenant Messenger, I'm handing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Okay, State's Exhibit 10. Please take a look at that. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This is a DVD with my initials located on it.
Okay, and what is contained on that DVD?
This looks like it's the body-worn camera from the events that occurred that evening.
Okay, these are clips of the body-worn camera, correct?
Correct.
All right, and in anticipation of trial, we viewed these and put them on a CD.
Yes,
or
sir.
DVD, didn't we?
Mhm.
Okay. And you took a look at the clips that are on here, didn't you?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict that which they purport to?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, move to admit State's Exhibit 10.
No objection.
All right, 10 will be admitted.
We have been playing these video portions from the computer rather than the CD to prevent skipping. So, Your Honor, I would ask, oh, no, I'm sorry, let me get it queued up. Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have double-clicked this, it's just taking a minute to load. I'm sorry, Your Honor, thank you. Got it. Lieutenant, please have a look at the screen. Your Honor, for purposes of the record, this is the file contained on State's Exhibit 10 that is titled 00.50 to 3.02. I'm playing it from the 0 mark.
What's that? What is your insurance? What's the powder all over everything? Smoke. You been drinking today before?
Nah, just
You were sweating like a monster. What happened? From smoking? Basketball? Where's your practice at? Hollywood? Insurance is good. Go hold on to that for me, all right? So, I'm gonna run your license. I'll be right back with you, okay?
What's your name, boss? Devon? Levon? Sorry, I didn't mean to mispronounce that. Where's the marijuana located in the car? Is it just that blunt right there? Okay, so that's all that's in this car that I should know about? Okay, well, I'm going to let my officer just, figure out who you are and everything like that, but obviously I can see it right there and I can smell it, so that's why I'm asking you. If that's all you got, then I'm not too concerned about that, but it's still not legal. You know what I'm saying? Where you played at Colwood?
coaching up with us.
Okay. How long you been coaching for? 2 years? My brother's a coach.
Coach 14.
All right, now the video stops there at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. At this point, what is Officer Brodzinski going to do?
So he is back at his patrol car. He is running the driver's license number through dispatch, making sure that he does have a valid driver's license, seeing if there's any wants or warrants, making sure the registration is valid.
Okay, now what are you doing at that time when Officer Brodzinski is checking the license?
So in this case, based on some of the observations that I had saw from the driver and based on the marijuana in plain view, I chose to stay at the window to continue conversing with the driver, to keep eyes on the driver, not only for officer safety, but just to ensure that I knew everything that was going on in that car until Officer Brodzinski made his secondary approach.
Okay, now you guys, it sounded like you were talking about basketball or something. What was the purpose of that conversation?
It was just me gaining rapport, making the driver feel comfortable, keeping him talking. It's all part of investigatory during stops like this.
Okay, so there's been evidence presented in this case that Officer Brodzinski found the defendant had a valid license, returned to the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay, were you still standing at the passenger side window when Officer Brodzinski returned to the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the course of action that you determined with Officer Brodzinski was going to take place at this time?
We determined that we had probable cause to search the remainder of the vehicle. So I advised Patrolman Brzezinski that that's what we were going to be doing. That was going to be the secondary step.
Okay, so the first step of that is to ask the defendant to exit the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and were you present for that?
Yes.
All right, the defendant exited the vehicle cooperatively, politely, correct?
Yes.
All right, and were you present at the time that Officer Brodzinski searched the defendant?
Yes.
After the search, the defendant was seated in the back of Officer Brodzinski's cruiser, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that time, he's in the cruiser. What do you and Officer Brodzinski do in furtherance of your investigation?
So Patrolman Brzezinski advised me that there was a large amount of powder. When I made my initial approach at the passenger side, I do not recall having my flashlight on the exterior of the vehicle. I did not see it at that point in time. When Patrolman Brzezinski advised me of this, I went to the vehicle and it was very apparent that there was a large amount of white powder on the exterior and interior of the vehicle.
Okay, so what were you going to do about it?
So at that time, we decided to investigate it further, suspecting that it could be a legal narcotic or drug. I took other steps necessary to collect evidence.
What were those?
So I decided I was going to take swabs of the interior and exterior of the vehicle. We used distilled water, which I did not have readily available in my cruiser at the time. So I left Patrolman Brzezinski there to return to our station to grab some distilled water and some evidence swabs, and then I returned back to the scene of the stop.
Okay. Now, after you determined the course of action that you were going to swab that substances, what was the purpose of swabbing it?
We wanted to obtain it for evidentiary value so we could submit it to the crime lab.
And the crime lab would do what with it?
They would test it for, see if there was any controlled substances on the residue that was collected.
Okay. Did you tell the defendant what was happening? Did you ask him questions?
Yes.
Okay. And was that you that asked the questions or Officer Brodzinski?
Primarily me, I believe. I don't recall if Officer Brzezinski spoke to him.
Was there a point in time when you spoke to the defendant as he was sitting in the back seat of the cruiser and asked him about the powder?
Yes.
Okay. Was that before or after you took the swabs?
This is almost 2 years ago. I'm not sure if it was before or after.
Okay. But you remember you had this conversation?
Yes.
Right? And that conversation was captured on your body-worn camera, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was also captured on the backseat cruiser camera of Officer Brodzinski's, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You've reviewed both of those, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you have reviewed the backseat cruiser cam video of Officer Brodzinski's prior to coming in here today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is 11. This is just him sitting in the back seat. This is him saying, I don't have any photos. Oh, okay. Kenny, it's been marked as Case Exhibit 11. Here, please take a look. Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes.
What is it?
So this is the cruiser cam from the back seat with my initials located on it.
Okay. And in anticipation of trial, did you review the video clip that is contained on the DVD of State's Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a clip of the defendant's statement to you as he sat in the back seat of Officer Brodzinski's cruiser?
Yes.
Okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict that which it purports to?
Yes.
Your Honor, move to admit State's Exhibit 11.
Tim, Member Shadid, I'm sorry.
No objection.
11 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to cue it up.
Oops, hang on.
It's loading, Judge.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I do have the clip on State's Exhibit 11 queued up on my computer now, and for purposes of the record, it is file name 14.26 to 17.53. I am pressing play now.
There's a lot of product on your windshield.
What?
Your car is covered with powder.
I ain't got no drugs.
I mean, I get it. I get it.
I ain't got no drugs.
All right, where's the tie-off? Like, where's the baggie that it came out of?
I don't got no baggie.
Your whole windshield has nothing but powder on it.
I don't got no baggie. I don't got no drugs.
Jesus.
You can search the car.
Oh, I know. You know, we have grounds to search the car based on, obviously, the evidence that is in plain view and odor. So I'm not worried about that. I mean, the thing is, if I take swabs of that car, and they're going to come back positive.
For some of that, I don't got no drugs, nothing. I'm just driving the car. I'm coming from practice.
Well, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do, okay? Because you've been cool with me, I'm going to keep it 100 with you. There's a lot of powder on your car.
Yeah.
Okay? I've been doing this job a long time. I used to work out in Cleveland.
That's cool. If you got to swab it, if I'm going to jail tonight, what am I going to jail
I'm not
for?
going to take you to jail tonight.
Yeah.
Okay? Unless that's all I got right now, you're not going to jail tonight. Okay? But I'm just going to keep it real with you. I'm going to be taking a couple of swabs of that, and if that comes back positive, third degree.
I'm going to jail tonight then.
You're going to jail. I'm telling you, I'm not taking you to jail tonight. I give you my word, I'm not taking you to jail tonight. I just need to know, like I said, you've been 100 with me.
I don't got no drugs.
Because it's all over your car.
Yeah, but I don't got no drugs.
You don't got any more drugs because you threw it out the window.
I don't got no drugs, man.
The officer has it on dash cam. He called it out over the radio that it looked like the car was smoking, and that's your...
That was me. I was getting high.
That was your product coming out.
No, that was me smoking my weed. And I'm honestly telling you this.
Christ.
And I'm telling you on the honest side.
All right, so where did you throw it out the window?
I didn't throw nothing out the window.
All right. All right.
I'm telling you, I've been talking to you honestly.
I know.
I was smoking.
But what do you think that's going to come back positive when I
I don't know. If I'm going to jail tonight for whatever reason. I'm going to jail. What am I going to jail for? What would I be going to jail for?
Well, until I know exactly what that is, we are not allowed to admit things anymore. Like I said, I'm not taking you to jail.
I want to understand. Like, I didn't do nothing wrong. I was smoking, ma'am. I'm sorry. Like, I don't got no drugs. I'm sorry. I was literally, I could call my coworker. I was on my way to his house.
Am I going to get sick from ingesting that? It's not narcotics, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. I just don't want...
I stay with a van full of people and a van full of players. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm literally just got done dropping people off. I'm just on my way. I do details. I'm on my way to my coworker house to go do an estimate on his wife's car right now.
Okay, is that what you're doing out here?
Literally.
Okay.
You could look like I'm going to go do an estimate on his car right now.
All right. I'm going to put this window to protect you from this nasty bug, and I'll talk to you next, okay?
So if I'm going to jail tonight,
You're going to jail.
can I please just call my wife or something?
Relax. I'm going to get you out of here, okay? Bye.
Is that it? That's it, Judge. Did you take the defendant to jail that night?
No.
Did you know what that substance was on that car at that time?
Not at that time.
Now, what procedure did you use to collect those swabs? How did you do it?
I put gloves on my hands. I used regular swabs. I did swabs with distilled water first. So what you would do is you would place the distilled water without putting it into the container, pouring the distilled water onto the swab so there's no cross-contamination. I would use those. I would do a wet swab in one area, and then I would do a secondary dry swab in the same area.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may. State's Exhibit 10 In anticipation of trial, did we review a portion of your body-worn camera that shows you taking a swab
Yes.
on this vehicle? Okay. And is that on State's Exhibit 10 here as well?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm queuing it up. Okay. And 48.48 to 49.45 is the file. I'm pressing play.
Passenger door. I need to get these mag. I gotta get a new mag pouch. All right, so passenger door.
This is number 3. This is the 3rd spot. I didn't miss
I
one.
did
Right?
roof, windshield.
Okay.
Just so you can see the difference, right?
Right.
Passenger seat.
Okay, so the video clip that we just watched in here on State's Exhibit 10, is that one of the swabs that you collected?
Yes.
Did you collect others?
Yes.
How many?
I don't recall the exact amount.
All of the ones that you did collect, what did you do with them?
They were secured. They were transported to the police station where they were turned over to Officer Brzezinski, who then packaged them.
Okay. And did you write anything on the wrappers as you put the swabs back?
Yes. Prior to transporting, while I was still on scene, I wrote out windshield, back or passenger seat, floorboard, driver's side. I wrote little notes on the actual swab exterior, the packaging that the swabs come in, just so I knew exactly where they came from.
Okay. And that's where you took the substance
Correct.
sample from? All right. The person that you spoke with that made that statement that we watched the video of in the back of the cruiser, is he in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Okay. Please describe where he is and what he's wearing.
So the driver of the vehicle is seated to my left. He is wearing a black jacket with a white undershirt.
Your Honor, the record will reflect she's identified my client.
Record remains clear.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Those swabs, to your knowledge, they were packaged, sent to the crime lab for analysis.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for Lieutenant Messer.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Deeb.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, Lieutenant. Seer, long time no see.
I know, it's been a minute.
I have a few questions for you about that night. First, you said his hands were shaking, but in the video, we could clearly see through the rearview cam, or the rearview mirror, that his hands were just moving, giving him things to Officer Brzezinski. Are you saying at that point you could see his hands were shaking?
Yes, he was extremely nervous. His hands were shaking.
Okay. Did you and Officer Brzezinski speak about that?
I believe we spoke about the sweating profusely and the nervous behavior. I don't know if the hands shaking was audibly recorded, if it was part of our discussion, but that was one of my observations.
Okay, so if he didn't say anything about that, that's just your take on the situation, correct?
That's my perception from what I saw from the passenger side window.
Okay, and how long were they stopped before you arrived on scene?
I don't believe very long. I don't know the exact amount of time. However, Brzezinski had just gotten out of the cruiser to make his approach as I was pulling up.
And during that time period when you guys were talking at the window, you and Mr. Stanley, he says you can go ahead and search the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he admits to smoking, and you can see the blunt right there?
Yes.
You don't care if he consents, because at this point, you already believe you have probable cause.
We have plain view and plain smell at that point.
At this point, marijuana was illegal, so the odor of marijuana means plain smell is probable cause to search.
The odor of burnt marijuana is still probable cause to search in the vehicle.
And you wanted to keep an eye on him, so you stayed up at the vehicle while Officer Brzezinski went back?
Correct. I wanted to, not only for officer safety, keep eyes on the driver, but also for prevention of possible destruction of evidence.
Mr. Stanley didn't do anything while you were sitting there except have a conversation with you, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing about that conversation that sent up any red flags?
Not about the conversation per se, other than,
Okay, so in the discussion you guys had, he didn't say anything that caused you any alarm?
how are you referring to as an alarm? As alarm? I mean, are you looking as far as red flags as to, am I perceiving possible criminal activity happening?
Correct.
Okay. So he did advise that he was coming from a far distance away. That piqued my interest as to it being 11:30 at night. His purpose for coming to work to do a car detail was a little alarming to me.
Hold on, I'm talking about when you're at the car, when you're at his vehicle.
At the driver's vehicle, the
Yes.
van? Okay.
Okay, at that point, he didn't tell you he was going to go detail the car.
I don't know when that point of conversation came. He did say he was coming from Collinwood,
He was coming from Collinwood.
from a basketball.
From basketball.
hmm
Okay, and that's all he says about that at that point, correct?
He says he was on his way to do a job at that
He was on
point.
his way to a coworker's house, correct?
I don't know the verbiage, but yes.
We just watched it, you don't,
It's the language of it. I don't know how he brought it. Anyways, continuing. Other than the fact that he admits to smoking, no.
and there was no investigation done of him for impairment, correct?
At that time, I am a drug recognition expert in the state of Ohio. I did not seem to believe, with the limited interaction that I had from the passenger window, that he was appreciabably impaired.
You could smell the strong odor of marijuana,
Yes,
burnt marijuana.
burnt marijuana.
No. Did you go up and down the street looking for anything?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything that was relevant to this case?
I did locate a plastic bag, but I do not know if it was relevant to this case or not. Other than that, no, we did not locate anything further.
So at some point, you have a conversation with Officer Brodzinski, and you believe, based on what your training and experience is, that Mr. Stanley is trafficking in drugs. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that is part of that reasoning, 3 cell phones.
yes,
Part of that reasoning that he has $1,500 on him in cash.
yes,
Okay. And then we have this mystery powder on the car. That's another reason, correct?
yes,
We have the marijuana.
yes.
Is the marijuana indicative of drug trafficking or drug use?
Drug use.
Push for 1 second, please. All right, you may continue, Mr. D.
You wanted to seize the money that you found on his person, correct?
That was something that was, yes,
Okay. And the money was seized, correct?
yes,
And there were cell phones that were taken, correct?
yes.
And those cell phones were investigated by Manor Lake Police Department?
We did not do the phone dumps at our police station.
Were those phone dumps made available to the Manor Lake Police Department?
Yes.
Are you aware of the results?
I did not
Why don't you
personally.
briefly explain what a phone dump is?
A phone dump is it's a data dump. It's certain agencies have what's the word I'm looking for? Certain material or agencies have access to being able to extract data from cell phones. We were able to extract data from 2 of the 3 cell phones through Menor
I
Police.
just wanted in general what a phone dump was.
It's extraction of data from the
Okay,
phones.
That's exactly what I wanted you to explain. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dean, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize for not clarifying
No,
that.
that's all right.
That includes text messages, phone calls, is that correct?
From what I know, yes.
Okay. And there was nothing about those phone dumps or any of the data that you received that was incriminating in any way for any other activities, correct?
Not on the 2 phones that they were able to access.
Okay. Did you ask him whose phones were whose?
I do not recall.
Okay. And the one phone was broken, and that's why you couldn't get into it, is that correct?
I don't know which phone they were not able to get into.
Okay, but the one that they were not able to get into, that was because it was broken, correct?
There was a cracked screen. I have no way of knowing if it was broken or not.
Okay.
It was powered off.
They didn't inform you of that?
I did not handle that, no.
Okay. Now, in taking the swabs, there were 2 swabs. Are you doing them both at the same time?
No,
Like the wet and dry?
Each package has 2 swabs located within the package. So with one full package, I am doing both those swabs with distilled water and then opening a secondary package to do 2 swabs with dry swabs.
And in that, you asked him about the powder that's on the top of the vehicle and it's all over the front windshield, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no idea how that would have gotten there, correct?
No.
Is that unusual in your experience?
Yes.
Now, you say he was sweating, and we could see that in the videos.
Yes.
Okay. Now, were his hands sweaty?
I don't know.
Would you presume if he's sweaty and his head is sweating, like you say, that the rest of his body would be sweaty also?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did not observe his hands?
I observed his hands from a distance. I did not observe that there was sweat droplets on his hands.
Okay. Would it stand to reason that if somebody was sweaty and they were handling a powdery substance, that it would stick to their hands?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see anything about any of this powder on his hands?
I did not see powder on his hands, but again, I did not thoroughly examine his hands.
When you were able to see if they were shaking, you would have noticed if there was a powder or residue on his hands, correct?
I can't say that with 100% certainty. Seeing hands shake and seeing a powder that could have been wiped off prior to my initial approach are 2 different things.
Okay. Also, there's nothing when you're searching him about him that shows that if there's any powder or anything on his hands at any sides of him, correct?
I did not search him, sir.
Well, you were standing right by while Officer Brodzinski searched.
I
so
was.
You were able to observe Mr. Stanley, correct?
I cannot testify that I saw powder on his hands, no.
And with fentanyl, since you're the training officer, you're more experienced, you have certain protocols in place to deal with fentanyl issues, correct?
Yes,
And why is that?
because fentanyl is extremely dangerous. It can kill you.
If you touch it, could you overdose?
It's possible.
If you come into contact with it, would it affect you?
It's possible.
On this occasion, there were no effects that you perceived at any time, correct?
Not on the traffic stop.
And then you allowed Mr. Stanley to leave.
Yes.
And one of the only things he asked you was allow him to make a phone call, and you allowed him to make a supervised phone call?
Correct.
Who was that to?
I don't recall. There was, like I said, this is a year and a half ago. There was a couple people that he had asked to call that night.
Okay, and you allowed him to get in touch with at least one person?
Yes, I know he at least spoke to one person. It was a female.
And when he left the scene, what did you guys retain?
We retained the 3 cell phones, the cash. I'm not exactly sure the exact amount. The swabs, the partially smoked marijuana cigar, and I believe there was a couple edibles or some other marijuana products that were also seized in the vehicle.
Is CBD illegal?
CBD is not.
Okay.
If it has THC in it, if there's a certain amount, percentage, it could be illegal if it's an edible.
Okay.
At that time, anyway.
Did you guys pursue any charges for any marijuana?
I don't believe Patrolman Brzezinski, he was a charging officer. I do not believe he charged him with the marijuana.
And if those were CBD gummies, those wouldn't be illegal, correct?
That time, no. Depending on the concentration, if there was THC in there, no, they would not be.
If there's THC, but if they're just CBD gummies?
If it's just CBD, then no.
So we have the money, you seized the money, the phones, you kept the swabs, and the blunt.
Yes.
And miscellaneous CBD products.
Yes. See, I don't know if they were CBD. I don't know. I don't recall if they were CBD, THC. I just know it was marijuana products. Marijuana CBD products.
And he was allowed to go on his way?
Yes.
Was there any? No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I only have one question for you, Lieutenant. Mr. Deeb asked you a leading question. He said you didn't feel any effects on this, and your response was not on the traffic stop. Remember that question?
Yes.
Did you feel effects from this after the traffic stop?
So once we got back to the station, me and Patrolman Brzezinski were sitting in our squad room, and we both had made comments to one another that we felt a little lightheaded. Patrolman Brzezinski said that his throat felt a little scratchy. My throat did feel a little scratchy, but I more felt lightheaded than anything. So that was a possible effect. When you're on the scene, a lot of times you don't really realize what's going on until afterwards. You know, you're in the moment, you're investigating everything. When we got time to sit down and kind of collect ourselves, we started thinking, is something else going on here? But yes, we were lightheaded, both of us.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm.
Recross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. When these results came back and it said fentanyl, didn't you think it was important to document the feelings you had?
I didn't write a supplement report to this.
You didn't write anything down to document anything?
There was no report for me.
But your dash cam covered most everything, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But don't you think it would be important to include that information?
In all honesty, I survived, and I didn't realize it was fentanyl till months later.
Even if it wasn't fentanyl, if it was any other illegal drug, cocaine's dangerous, correct?
Yes.
Heroin's dangerous.
All drugs are dangerous.
If this were any of those drugs, don't you think that if you were feeling the effects of something, that you should document it and report it?
I could have, yes.
Then why didn't you?
I can't tell you why I didn't. Again, we didn't know if it was because of that. We did not get tested. We didn't have to have medical treatment.
So there's no verification that actually was the case?
I cannot verify, no.
No further questions.
Thank you. You may step down. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the evening. Obviously, we didn't conclude the matters today, but we'll conclude this tomorrow. I'm going to send you home for the night. Please remember what I told you. Do not talk about this case with anyone. So you're not going to discuss this with your family members tonight or whoever you're with. Again, Tommy got selected, and that ends it. no investigating the case, doing any research on the case. Don't go online to research any issues that you may have questions about. Go home tonight, set it out of your mind, relax, come back tomorrow, we'll finish this up. So enjoy your night. And is 8:30 work for everybody? Can we be by 8:30? Sometimes they'll have childcare issues and school and stuff, but all right, get here as close to 8:30 as you can. Once everybody's here, we'll get started. So enjoy your night. All rise. And I'm going to stick around for 1 second to talk to everybody. Everyone may be seated. We're on the record still outside the presence now of the jury. Before the trial began, I provided a draft of proposed jury instructions to the attorneys. Not sure if you had a chance to look it over or not.
Your Honor, we didn't receive any
No,
jury
my fault,
instructions.
Your Honor. That was totally my fault.
In fact, at the break, we had commented on that.
And I gave them to Stan to give it to you before we even started.
Rocco asked me, have you seen the jury instructions when we got back from the lunch break? Don't understand, you're still pretty. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Your Honor.
We're not going to read them. You don't need to go over them now. We'll do it later. But is there any specific instructions either party is requesting outside of the standard OGI instructions that you're aware of in the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Deeb?
I don't believe there's any specific instructions, no.
Okay. Well, then take a look at those this evening and we'll discuss it tomorrow. All right?
Yes, Judge.
Try to get here maybe 10 minutes earlier if you can, so then we can come out here beforehand.